On the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus James Smith, 25-0844, counsel appearance.
Morning, Your Honor. APA Bart Buxton on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Robert Palmer of the Public Defender's Office on behalf of James Smith, the gentleman who's standing to my right.
Today's the date and time set for a examination. I have 2 counts of false imprisonment, 2 counts of assault with intent to create bodily harm, and a count of domestic violence. Are we continuing to exam today?
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak with my client. My client would like to run this exam. My understanding is it will be a run 50 minutes.
How many witnesses?
It would just be 1 witness, Your Honor.
Let me do this waiver and then I will.
Sure.
Okay. On the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Javon Smith, 5-00706. Appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. APA Bart Buxton on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Morning, Your Honor. Stephen A. Freeman, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith was scheduled today for a preliminary examination. There's 10 counts here. An habitual offender, 4th offense is included in that 10 count. Various weapons, and I think delivery, manufacturing of drugs encompasses the litany of charges. He wants to unconditionally waive his examination.
I'd like to waive our exam, please.
The people would unconditionally waive as well.
That's what you want to do, sir?
Yes, I have something to say though as well.
Can you say that again?
I have something I have to say as well.
Yes.
I've been trying to get in touch with Mr. Freeman, but since the last treatment there. And today, the first day I actually was able to talk to him. I've been down to his office.
You mean since March?
Yes, I've been down to his office multiple times. They tell me that he was sick and ill, which I understand. But Your Honor, I feel like I've been out here fighting on my own. You see what I'm saying? I came in here in the blind. I don't really know what's going on. So he handed me a paper telling me to sign it. I just signed it, but I really don't know what's going on. He hasn't did my guidelines or anything. So I'm really in the blind.
You mean this paper? This is what you signed?
Yes,
Okay. Had you had a conversation before you did that?
yes,
The conversation, you agreed to waive your exam?
yes, I agree to waive it.
Okay, you understand that once you waive your exam, you can't decide later that you've had ineffective assistance of counsel, you want to come back and have your exam. So if your concern is that you have not been properly counseled, then you shouldn't be waiving your exam. You should be focusing on getting counsel. And I agree. I recognize Mr. Freeman has had some issues with his personal life, but that doesn't mean that your rights should be abridged and that you should not get adequate counsel. I'm not going to be represented on life offenses with someone who doesn't communicate with me. And if you're not there, then your office should send someone in your stead.
Thank you. That's all I'm like.
I agree. Mr. Freeman?
And the court in its wisdom would have us do what after today?
Well, it's up to you. He said hasn't spoken to you since March 6th, March 20th, actually. It's May. He's facing life.
I took some time off.
I recognize that, but his case didn't go off because you took time off. So what are your clients supposed to do? Are they supposed to just hang in limbo? Are they supposed to feel confident that they're being adequately represented if they're trying to get in touch with their attorney during this time and they don't know what's going on and they don't get an opportunity to meaningfully meet with you and go over evidence prior to this? Did you go over evidence?
No, no guidelines, anything.
How is he waiving anything? How is he properly being advised?
I indicated to my client that his end result that he's seeking is not going to be obtained in a courtroom. We have a proper time and day set up right now. It's for May 7th with the investigating officer and with the assistant prosecutor Mr. Berman, it's all set up.
And that's just for me to find out how much time I don't know what I'm looking at all.
Sounds like you need more time to counsel with your,
I'm sorry.
it sounds like you need more time to counsel your client.
People would have no objection with an adjournment, Your Honor, if that's what we need to do.
I am going to adjourn it. He needs to meet with his client and not out in the hallway. It's facing life.
May 15th at 9.
May 15th at 9.
Except for another exam date or a probable cause conference.
I'll set it for another probable cause conference.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Doesn't sound like, it sounds like he could have the meeting and still be waiving, but he should still first have an opportunity to be properly counseled before getting to this point. So I noted your concerns on the record. This matter will be reset for a PCC on May 15th at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
We'll get you a notice to appear. You're all set. On the record, in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Rashard Laquan Glass, 25-00845.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Oates appearing on behalf of Mr. Glass, who's present at the table.
It was date scheduled for preliminary examination. There's a delivery, manufacturing, multiple weapons charges, and a controlled substance drug house. And I believe there's a request for an adjournment.
It is, Your Honor. I was just retained on this case yesterday. As such, I needed an adjournment, and based on information and given to me, I anticipate filing motion to suppress. So we're asking for at least 6 weeks.
Any objection?
No objection to the adjournment, Your Honor.
We've already waived the timeline in this matter. So we will reset this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
June 26th.
June 26th at 8:30 work for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, June 26th at 8:30. Matters for the record.
That would be an exam date, Your Honor.
That's an exam date,
Thank
correct?
you, Your Honor.
Any additional matters, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, you're all set. On the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Damon Jones, 25-01098 appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. APA Bart Buxton on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Starks, the fourth assistant public defender here on behalf of Mr. Jones. He's present at council table. He's standing to my right.
Okay, Mr. Jones is scheduled for preliminary examination with assault, intent to do great bodily harm, and there is a reckless driving causing impairment of a bodily function. Officer free and eluding third degree and assault, dangerous, a weapon, 2 counts. How are we proceeding?
Mr. Jones requests his preliminary examination. Your Honor, it's my understanding that the prosecutor has witnesses here.
Okay, so this will run today, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We may need to continue the preliminary examination, but we can at least start it today.
Why would we continue the examination?
We do have, so there is a fleeing third, Your Honor. We do not have any officers present, but we do have the victims here for the other charges, Your Honor.
So we'll cross the bridge as to whether or not I'll grant a continuance after we start the exam.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. On the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Erica O'Neill, 24-02381, appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. APA Bart Buxton on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bobby Ficklin on behalf of Ms. O'Neill.
And I believe I saw Ms. O'Neill in the waiting room. Has she been admitted? Ms. O'Neill, please start your video. Ms. O'Neill, you can hear us? Okay, I can't, I'm not clear as to whether or not she can hear us. Okay,
Yes, I
thank
can hear you.
Thank you. Today was a date scheduled for a review. The last update I had was in March 2025. It indicated that the defendant had not accepted mental health court because she believes or she lives more than 30 miles from the county border. So how are we proceeding on this?
Well, Your Honor, I spoke with Ms. Sargent, who is Ms. O'Neill's attorney for her case in Flushing. And she was supposed to be sentenced March 26th, but the sentencing was moved to May 5th. So it'll be next Monday on the 3 felony counts that she has currently in Flushing. So we were trying to see how that case would be adjudicated first. Mental health court is an option, but it'll have to be in the Flint or Genesee County area. And I've spoken with the probate court there, but they're waiting for the results of her sentencing on Monday. So she lives currently in Genesee County. So that's why she would request to do the mental health court in that particular county.
Okay, so you need another review date so we can see how she is sentenced on May 5th?
Yes, Your Honor. That would be great. Thank you.
It's May 22nd at 10:30 work.
Oh, 1 second. Let me just check my calendar.
Stucky in here.
Yes, that should work fine, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll reset this till May 21st at 10:30. Any additional matters for the record?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you said May 21st or 22nd?
21st? Oh, 22nd. What did I write in there? I might have wrote the wrong date then. May 22nd
Yes, that works fine, Your Honor.
at 10:30. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Back on the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus James Smith. Are we ready to proceed on this one?
Yes, Your Honor. After further consultation with my client has elected to waive his preliminary examination today, bind over to the circuit court where the fight will continue.
Okay, is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you understand the purpose of your preliminary examination?
Yes, ma'am.
That means you're willing to give up your right to require that the prosecutor establish first that they have sufficient probable cause that the felonies you've been charged with were actually committed, and then sufficient probable cause to charge you as the person who committed. Thank you, Mr. Mills. You want to unconditionally waive your exam? No one's threatening you to do that? No promises extended to you?
For the record, the people have signed the waiver for the preliminary examination and unconditionally waived our right to preliminary examination.
Thank you.
Oh, right, yeah. Thank you, Your Honor, and both the defendant and myself as defense counsel have now signed the waiver as well.
Thank you, and I find your waiver to be freely and voluntarily given. I'm binding the matter over to the circuit court for a bind over date of May 15th. So that's the date the circuit court receives the file from the district court, not a court appearance date for you, okay, Mr. Smith? Next court date will be a pre-trial in the circuit court. Your attorney will be made aware of that. Do you have any questions at this time? Additional matters for the record.
Not from the people, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Judge, thank you.
Bond was 7,500, 10%. There's a no contact order protecting a Carmela Jones that will continue. You're all set.
Thank you, Judge.
No problem.
And just so you know, Sierra Robbins is running today and Damon Gullage is also running today.
You said Robinson?
Sierra
Oh,
Robbins,
Robbins, and who else?
Damon Gullage, those are two running.
They will be, okay. What's going on with Stucky?
Aaron is downstairs.
Oh, I'm right here.
Just got back.
She's been up here for quite some time, actually. Actually, since I took the night. Well, are we running that one?
Sorry.
To be determined.
Stucky?
Oh, Stucky, let me go, I'll step out for a moment here.
Sounds good. And then Walker is gonna be a plea.
Correct, Your Honor.
Brent Dennis, are we running that?
I know Mr. Dennis intends to run his exam, Your Honor. I'm uncertain of what people's.
And we do have we do have a witness here, Your Honor.
You have a witness here on that one with file.
On the, I believe it would be on the assault with intent to murder file.
Okay, so we're gonna run. Okay, well, let's see. We've already started. We're running Jones.
If you could give us a little bit of more time on that, Your Honor, I believe that may be an adjournment, but I need to confirm that. Jones.
No, we're ready to go. Yeah.
Oh, we are doing?
Yeah.
Okay, then we will be running Jones.
So what? Yeah.
One second, Your Honor.
We have an interpreter here for Lopez. Mr. Alexi? I think that is. That's right, but who was, that was Melks.
He's speaking with,
Oh, okay, does he need an interpreter to speak to his client at all? Or do we know, can you find out what we're doing with the exam?
That works.
oh,
They haven't been authorized yet. They just showed up in our queue for review. So,
Are we ready to proceed on Mr. Jones?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters before we call witnesses?
Your Honor, just a sequestration order,
How many witnesses do you have?
2 witnesses at this point in time, Your Honor.
Are the defense calling witnesses?
We won't be calling any. It's my understanding, Your Honor, that we're going just to adjourn Mr. Jones' matter and come back. Rather than split the potential time here between 2 different dates. Defense is agreeable with just running a prelim at a later date. Mr. Jones is fine with waiving time.
Why am I running a prelim at another date and not today?
Because the prosecutor only has half the witnesses here.
So we
and
have-
is anticipating asking for a continuance.
Yes, Your Honor. What I was informed is that we do have the witnesses here for all charges except for the fleeing third. I was just informed that apparently our office subpoenaed the wrong officers for the fleeing and eluding matter. So we would potentially be able to do everything for the exam today except for the fleeing. So,
Okay, but you have lay witnesses here that are
Correct.
victims? I'm not re-subpoenaing lay witnesses. They can testify to that.
understood. And we have 2 lay witnesses. Your Honor.
Okay, you can proceed.
Okay, people will call Monica Cooney to stand.
It is. Just really quickly, is Lopez supposed to be a dismissal?
And that, I don't believe so, Your Honor. That case is being handled by AP Matusko, yes.
She did.
Yes.
Can you have her come and confirm, please? I got to talk to you directly. Or I dismissed this and released the interpreter. Ms. Matuska, are we dismissing?
Jeff, can I approach with one of the computers?
Yes. Got
What was that?
a bug. Try to take us off the game.
Was it an actual bug?
It was an actual bug. Yeah, we got some bug bets, but that's okay.
So yes, I am gonna just. Thanks.
I'm very confused as to what exactly is happening and why I have a witness in the stand. Who called a witness?
He just told me to- he
I
told me to
called the
come sit
witness,
down.
Your Honor.
Sorry.
On Dennison Jones. Are we-
Okay, I need you to stand up. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. It all happened so quickly. First there was a bug, then
agree,
there
Your
was a
Honor.
sidebar, and then a witness. Okay, so there is a microphone that's in front of you.
Okay.
The lady behind you is taking down everything stated in the courtroom. And that microphone is not gonna amplify your voice at all. It's only going to allow the recording system to hear what's happening. But we need to hear your responses. You're doing a great job, so we want to keep your voices loud and clear. Your responses need to be yes or no, no head nods or shakes, because we can't accurately place that into the record. If there's an objection, you will stop speaking immediately, because I have to make a ruling on that objection and then tell you if you're allowed to give the response or not, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, state your first and last name and spell both.
Monica Cooney, Nauticacooney.
You can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cooney, do you know Dennison Jones?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
Partying in EO.
So you partied with him previously?
No, I've seen him out in EO. Friends of a friend, yeah.
Is he here in the courtroom right now?
Yes.
Could you please identify him by a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
Plaid polo shirt, button up.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, just to preserve the issue, objection, lack of pending.
Objections overruled.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cooney, did you have a interaction with Mr. Jones on February 9th or February 8th of 2024?
Yes.
Could you please explain to the court what started that incident?
A road rage incident.
Please explain a little bit more what you mean by that.
Sorry about that. So we were coming down Waverly Road. I hopped over in the lane and he was pretty upset about that. So I hopped back over. When I did, he rode past me, then got in
Objection
front of
calls for speculation, Your Honor.
You're talking about the speculation as to he was upset? That portion?
Yes.
Okay, I can agree.
I can come back, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I can, thank you. So you were driving a vehicle on that day?
Yes, sir.
What vehicle were you driving?
A blue Equinox.
You said a what?
A blue Equinox.
Okay.
And Mr. Jones was driving a vehicle on that day as well?
Yes.
What vehicle was he driving?
A BMW, either dark blue, dark gray. It was dark at night.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation for identification at this point.
I can go into identification, Your Honor.
As it relates to the vehicle, the,
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused as well.
As relates to the vehicle and as relates to the driver.
okay. Did you want to respond to the
Your Honor,
foundational
she
objection?
stated that she saw Dennison Jones and that Dennison Jones was driving that vehicle. So I believe the proper foundation has been laid to be able to ID the vehicle that Dennison Jones was in.
Agreed. Objections overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who was in the vehicle with you at the time, ma'am?
Me, my 2 children, and my boyfriend.
Did you see anyone else in the vehicle with Mr. Jones?
2 other people.
Did you recognize them?
No,
So you stated that there was a road rage incident. What started that road rage incident? to your
lane
knowledge?
switching.
And when you say lane switching, do you mean you lane switched, Mr. Jones lane switched, or something else?
I lane switched.
And when you say lane switch, what is, so where were your vehicles when you first saw Mr. Jones?
He was on the right side of the lane, I was on the left side of the lane.
Okay. So when you say lane switching, what do you mean in regards to the 2 vehicles?
So I hopped over onto his side of the lane.
And what did his vehicle do in response to you moving into his lane?
He braked behind my vehicle and then honked his horn at me.
Did the interaction end there?
No.
What happened after that?
After that, he sped up on the back of my vehicle and then made a lane switch around me to hop in front of my vehicle and slam on his brakes.
So the defendant made a lane switch and then got in front of your vehicle?
Yep, and then hit his brakes.
What happened after that?
After that, I slowed down, we kept going straight, and then he hopped back over into the right lane. I sped up to keep going because I was headed to Malibu Drive to take my boyfriend there for a reason. Once I'm turning into Malibu Drive, I'm turning right into there. He is in the farthest most right lane. He makes a right turn into Malibu Drive as well and follows me.
So you say Malibu Drive, is that in the city of Lansing?
Yes,
Is that in Ingham County, state of Michigan?
yes.
So what happened when you 2 arrived on Malibu Drive?
I parked in the parking spot because I was not putting Malibu Drive to take my boyfriend to his mother. So I parked in the parking spot and then seeing Dennison pull up in his vehicle on the road and park.
And when you say he parked, where did he park in relation to you?
Middle of the road, not near my vehicle, still in the middle of the road. I'm in the parking lot.
So he was not in a parking spot?
No.
You know your boyfriend's mom's name?
Clovis Jacobs.
She ended up, and this was at her house. Did she end up coming out of her house?
She was actually never in the house. She was in the car. She had just got back from somewhere. So she did hop out of the vehicle once the altercation started.
So where was her vehicle then in relation to yours?
Parked right next to mine in the parking spot. She, like I said, she had just got home.
When Mr. Jones parked in the middle of the street, what happened after that?
He left his door open and literally ran right over to my car, ran into my window, banged on my driver window.
Did he say anything when he did this?
He said, "You gotta what the fuck you do, you can't drive like that." Basically just raging at me, you know, yelling at me, banging on my window.
What happened after that?
My boyfriend got out of the car and was like, "Don't talk to my woman like that. Don't talk to my woman like that." All of a sudden,
Objection, Your Honor. Her boyfriend's statements would be hearsay.
Do you want to respond to the objection?
No, Your Honor, I can, thank you. We actually can't talk about things that other people say that's hearsay. It's an out of court statement. So your boyfriend got out of the vehicle?
Yeah, he got out of the vehicle and then that's when the fighting occurred.
When you say fighting, what do you mean by that?
Swinging, pushing, yelling, cussing, physical and verbal.
Between who?
Dennison and Javon.
Ms. Quavan, your boyfriend?
Yes.
If you could explain a little more detail exactly what you saw in regards to the fight that occurred.
Yelling, swinging, then Dennison ran back towards his vehicle, opened his trunk, started grabbing things out of his trunk. Clovatis ran over and tried to stop it. Please don't. Kept going.
Want to go back real quick.
Yeah.
You said swinging and fighting. Who initiated that?
I'm not certain who's on the first response.
So you said after the fighting that occurred between you and your boyfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Between Mr.
Okay.
Janison,
Yes.
or
there we
Janison
go.
Jones
Mhm.
and your boyfriend. Mr. Jones ran over to his vehicle and you said that he was reaching for something. Did you see what he was reaching for?
Yeah, to top his trunk, and then he went in his trunk and proceeded to grab out, what are those called for the windows in the winter time? A window scraper. There was also a broom back there and a dustpan.
And did he take those things out of his vehicle?
Those items were swung, yes.
Who were they swung at?
Jamari one, Kovan one. It was, like I said,
And you said Quavon was your boyfriend. Who was Jamal?
his older brother.
When did he arrive on scene?
He arrived as soon as the yelling and the loud fighting occurred. Then he came downstairs from inside the home.
Okay, how many people did you say that? Your boyfriend is named who again?
Kovan.
Vaughn.
Yes,
And then Javon, there was someone else that came?
Jamari, yes, his older brother.
Okay. And was there another person?
His mother, Clovatis. That's
Okay,
it.
thank you.
You had stated that his mother, Quavanis, walked over to Mr. Jones's vehicle. What did Mr. Jones do in response to her arriving to the vehicle?
He didn't care. He kept doing what he was doing.
So you had stated that he was swinging these items at both your boyfriend as well as your boyfriend's brother.
Yes.
What was he swinging in particular?
Broom. It was a broom. It was a long broom.
What happened after that?
That led to them running away. That ended up to the fighting being in front of the car.
When you say them running away, who do you mean by that?
Like them, Jamari, Kovan, everybody that was fighting, and then backing up from it because he's swinging a broom. So they ended up backing up. So they're moving towards the front of the vehicle.
And whose vehicle is that? Mr. Jones's vehicle?
I believe so.
The vehicle that Mr. Jones was driving at the time?
Yes, it's the vehicle I was in his possession, yes.
What happened when the fight was in front of the vehicle?
Mr. Jones decided he didn't want to fight anymore and he had to.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Objection sustained.
What did Mr. Jones do after your boyfriend and your boyfriend's brother were in front of the vehicle?
He hopped in his vehicle and he started the vehicle. And he ran his mother over.
When you say run his mother over, who do you mean by he?
Mr. Jones ran Clovatis Jacobs over. And partially Jamari Horn as well.
Where was your boyfriend's mother when when this fight was occurring? I know you said that she was at the
Yeah,
back
she
at
was-
one point, but when did she move?
When she moved to the front, when everybody moves to the front of the car, she's still trying to control, stop, please, no fighting. That would be-
Mr. Jones, you said got into the vehicle
Yes.
and drove. Did he say anything?
No.
And where were the people that he ended up hitting? Where were they in relation to the vehicle when he was driving?
Clovatis Jacobs was in front of the vehicle. Jamari Horn was in the front right, so he wasn't center on, but she was center on.
Were they both standing there when Mr. Jones started
Yes.
driving?
Yes.
And from what you saw, Mr. Jones ran into both of them?
Yes.
Did you see that, what ended up happening to either of them afterwards?
Yeah, yep. Afterwards, he kept going and he left the area. Pilatus Jacobs was on the ground. We got to the side, waiting for EMTs to come. Same with Jamari one.
Did you see any injuries on Jamari?
Jamari, I believe his knee was messed up, but Pilatus had a lot of injuries.
What kind of injuries did you see?
On Pilatus?
Yes.
Her head, her knee, her ankle was messed up. It was twisted. Head was busted open. Blood was everywhere.
After you had moved them out of the way and Mr. Jones had left, what did you do?
At that point, we were just waiting for EMTs. But in the meanwhile, when all that happened, Mr. Jones actually circled back around to pick up one of his friends that he left and something he dropped on the ground.
So I want to go back real quick. You said you were waiting for EMTs.
Yep.
Were you the one that called?
No, one of the neighbors upstairs was yelling out the window and she ended up calling the police.
And then I also want to go back. You had stated that when you first saw Mr. Jones inside of his vehicle, you saw two other people inside the vehicle as well.
Yeah.
I know you had just stated that he came back to pick up one of them. Was one of them still in the vehicle? Or
Oh, no,
do you know?
one of his friends ran off towards the woods behind the apartment. The other stayed in, I guess, necessarily the area he pulled into the street, just stayed there, kind of scrambled, not knowing what to do, and then Mr. Jones pulled back up not too long after and grabbed him.
Did Mr. Jones say anything when he came back?
No.
Did Mr. Jones check on anybody?
No.
He just drove off after picking up his friend?
Yep. Go after.
You had also stated that I think you said he was picking up something else off the ground.
Yeah,
You know
I
what
don't-
that was?
I don't know. No, still don't know to this day what it was. But he did drop something, came back and picked it up, and then picked up his friend.
Did anything else happen of note before police arrived?
No.
1 second, Your Honor.
No problem. Can you spell Corvades name, please? I'm talking to the witness.
Covatus' name?
Corvades, yes.
I do plan on calling her later, Your Honor, so she.
Oh,
can
she is a
tell-
witness today?
She is a witness today.
I was gonna say, I might slaughter it. I'm so sorry.
What about your boyfriend's name? Can you spell that?
Yeah, Quovon,
Okay, and his brother's name.
Jamari.
Thank you.
Nothing additional from this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, just to clarify, where approximately in the city did this alleged incident start?
Off of Waverly Road, Malibu Drive.
Okay, at what approximate time?
Didn't even get that to you. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay. And how did the vehicle first approach you?
Like I said, it was a road rage incident on the road. Are you talking about when we parked?
No, I'm talking about when the incident, when the encounter on the roads first started. How did the vehicle first alleged?
Yes, like I said, I was lane switching. I lane switched over to his lane. He didn't like that. And then his vehicle slowed down, blared his horn on me.
Okay.
And then hopped back over into his own lane.
And what type of vehicle was this again?
A BMW,
What color was it?
dark blue, gray. It was nighttime, couldn't tell.
Okay, it was nighttime, couldn't tell. Were the windows tinted?
Yeah.
Okay,
A
and
little bit.
so the windows were tinted. How many people were in the vehicle?
3.
3?
Yeah.
So the driver plus 2 others?
Yep.
Okay, so not 4.
No.
Okay. So if you told an officer there are 4 people in the vehicle, you were just wrong at the time, correct?
I didn't tell an officer there's what people.
Okay. And So you were driving and you were focusing on the road ahead, correct?
Yeah,
Okay, so it's safe to say when the vehicle first rolled up, you didn't get a good look at who was actually driving, correct?
no, I knew it was him when he hopped out the vehicle.
Okay, but when you talked to the police, you didn't identify Mr. Jones, you identified someone else, correct?
Right, because I did not know his name at first.
Okay, so the extent of your encounters with Mr. Jones was some run-ins possibly in East Lansing, you said earlier?
Yeah,
Okay, so you don't know Mr. Jones, correct?
not like that, no.
Okay. And, but you did tell the police that you knew one of his friends, correct?
Yeah, because like I said, party, friend of a friend.
Okay, friend of a friend, all right. So at the time the vehicle was behind you, you didn't know who the driver was?
No, I didn't know who the driver was until we pulled over and he got out of his car.
I see. Okay. And approximately how long did the vehicle follow behind you?
It was literally not even 2 minutes because it happened like right by the house. It happened like right by Waverly and Old Lansing Road, a little past there.
Okay.
Nothing started happening.
Yeah. And so just so I'm clear, so there was window tint on the vehicle?
Like I said, it was tinted a little bit. I could still see in it, but it wasn't completely black. That's what you're asking me.
Okay. And the two you pull over and where was your vehicle located again?
Parked in the parking spot.
In the parking spot, so it's
In
just
the
like
apartment complex.
apartment
Yep,
complex?
the complex, yep.
Okay, and then where was the BMW pulled over?
On Malibu Drive in the middle of the road.
Malibu Drive in the middle of the road.
Yes,
What were the lighting conditions like over in that part?
there's a light right under the car, right there where he parked.
Okay.
It was, there's enough for me to see at least. That's what you're asking me.
Okay, so you can see the vehicle at that point,
Yeah. Let's see what it was. Let's see what it was.
and approximately what time was this again?
I just told you I can't give you a time. I apologize. I know it was nighttime.
So, and what vehicle were you driving?
An Equinox, a blue one.
Okay. So not a Chevy Silverado?
No,
All right, so if you told the police that you're driving a 2013 Chevy Silverado, that was wrong too?
I didn't tell them that.
Okay. And Mr. Jones, you testified earlier, approached you when you were still in the vehicle, correct?
Yeah,
All right. And did he have a sling on his arm? Did he have anything on either of his arms?
no,
Did you notice any bandages or anything on
no,
his
he was
hands?
not at all to the point where he didn't have anything on his arm. He was not hurt at all.
How about his hands? Did you notice anything on his hands?
No,
Did you know anything on his arms, that any sort of bandages, anything
no,
like
sir,
that?
I did not notice anything like that.
Okay. And the person who initially approached you, approximately how tall?
Next, Your Honor, relevance.
Do you want to respond to the objection?
Sure, it goes to the foundation of her identification. It goes to who she's claiming was the person first
I'm
approached.
supposed to know how tall somebody is?
Well, if you don't know, that's fine. I just,
Well, I haven't said she's gonna give the answer or not. You know how tall she is, you said? Or how tall?
How tall the
He is? So your
yeah,
question?
I'm asking approximately how tall was the person that first approached you?
Okay, so you're trying to, you said you're going to the foundation of the identification?
Who first approached her and confronted her when the person exited the vehicle?
The objection is sustained. You do not need to answer that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So what was the person who first approached you when they left the vehicle? What side of the vehicle did they hop out?
Top of the driver's side.
Driver's side?
Yeah.
And what were they wearing then?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
That's okay. And again, you didn't see any sort of sling, no bandages, nothing on their.
Objection, Your Honor, absent answered.
The objection sustained.
Thank you. And your vehicle, you were parked, your window was up, correct?
Yeah,
All right. And did the person have anything in their hands when they first approached?
Objection, Your Honor, absent answered.
Any sort of,
The objection, are you gonna respond to the objection?
yes, Your Honor. I'm asking specifically if the person was carrying anything in their hands, not if they had any wraps on their arms or anything on their arms themselves. So I'm asking a somewhat different question, Your Honor. I'm just trying to get to.
Was he carrying something in his hand was the question? You were gonna say something?
I believe you already asked that, Your Honor. He asked if he had anything on his hands or.
On his hands is different than carrying something, so I'll allow a slightly different question.
My apologies. Sorry about the sequence here. Was the person carrying anything in their hands when they first approached?
That I could see, no, because he was banging on my window when he approached.
Okay. And when the person you claim was Mr. Jones started banging on your window, who reacted first? Did you roll down the window at all? Did
No.
someone?
I didn't roll down my window, no.
Okay. What happened at that point?
My boyfriend hopped out the vehicle.
Okay. Your boyfriend hopped out of the vehicle, and then your boyfriend then went and confronted someone?
He told him not to talk to his woman like that
Okay,
because he's cussing me out through the window, telling me things I should or should not do while I drive.
I see. Okay. So what was going on with the other passengers in the vehicle at that point?
They were sitting in the car still.
Okay. And the person was, who else was in the vehicle with you at that time?
My 2 children.
Okay, and the 2 children remain seated in the
Yeah,
vehicle, correct?
they're young, yes, of course.
All right. And who's your boyfriend again?
Kovan, one.
Kovan. And was it just Kovan and the person you claim Mr. Jones initially at first engaged?
Yes, until Mr. Jones went back to his vehicle and then his friends got out of the car.
Okay. So your testimony here is that there was some type of fight going on, correct?
Yes,
All right. So did you see Mr. Jones swing his left arm or right arm at all?
yes, they were fighting, yes, of course.
Okay. So you claim you could see him
I
trying to
seen the whole
punch?
fight. I was literally right there when they were fighting, yes.
Okay. So approximately how far were you from the location of the fight? So,
Front row of the jury stand from where I'm at right now, from where we're, the front bench right there, from where I'm at right now. Maybe, I don't know, it's like 6 feet right there, maybe.
okay.
I was very close, close
Very
enough to
close.
see.
And what were the other, did you observe any other people get involved?
Yeah,
During-
his two friends were involved as well. The heavier set one was not fighting as much, but the other one was.
Okay.
They were all fighting.
Who was the heavier set person? You know that person?
I don't know any of his friends' names.
Okay. What was the heavier set person?
Black sweatshirt, gray shorts, gray pants, one of these things.
Okay. And what about the other person you saw?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. I don't see how these other individuals' clothes have any relevance to this case.
Did you want to respond to the objection?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, it goes to the credibility of the witness here, and this is a basic question about her memory of what she claims allegedly happened.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
What was your question?
Sure. You described 2 other people.
Mhm,
One person you described as a heavier set
mhm.
wearing a black clothing. So the best of your recollections, what was the third person wearing?
It was like a cream hoodie, a cream color, between white and beige, you know, cream.
Okay, and as to your recollections with this third person, did you recognize that third person?
No, I had no idea who that third person was. I've never seen them today.
Did they appear to be younger to you, older?
They all seemed younger, so yes.
They all seem younger?
They all seem young. Yeah.
Okay, and then what was their role when this was going on?
What was their role?
Yeah.
Like the people that got out the car?
Yeah.
They were fighting as well.
Okay, who were they fighting?
It was Jamari, Koran Horn, Mr. Jones, and his 2 friends. They were all fighting.
Okay, so at some point, somebody else joined the fight in support of your boyfriend, correct?
His brother?
His brother.
Yes,
Okay, and who was that again?
Jamari Horn.
Jamari Horn, and you recall approximately at what point he intervened? Was this like a few minutes, a few seconds? Was this fight was going on for a few hours?
No, a few minutes.
Few
A
minutes?
few minutes. He heard the yelling. He heard the commotion. He came downstairs.
Okay. And were you in the vehicle the whole time or were you outside?
No, I was in the vehicle for literally like 2 seconds, and as soon as Mr. Jones and my boyfriend started fighting, I got out of the vehicle.
Okay, so you got out of the vehicle. Did you take your kids and then go inside the house or something?
No, I didn't go outside the house. My kids stayed right there in the vehicle. They were in the road over there.
Okay. So where were you positioned then in terms of the vehicle when this fight was going on? Did the vehicle possibly obstruct your view?
No, my vehicle was still parked at the apartment. I'm standing, like I said, 6 feet away from his vehicle watching the fight.
Okay. So the person you claim was Mr. Jones and your boyfriend were fighting, and then then what was the sequence then in terms of who joined the fight?
After that, it was just two friends that hopped out the car and then Jamari came outside not too long after that.
Not too,
Yes.
but you don't know approximately what time or anything like that?
I don't, like I said, it was nighttime.
Okay, and then what was his brother's involvement in all this?
Supporting his brother, making sure his brother didn't get beat up. I mean, making sure that his brother didn't get hurt. I don't understand the question. Sorry.
Sure. Was your brother's boyfriend also swinging, punching, kicking, engaged in the fight?
Jamari Horn?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and who did he try to attack?
Like I said, everybody was fighting. Everybody swinging punches at everybody. There was no initial person initially swinging on one person. Everybody were just throwing hits.
Okay. But at some point, you claimed earlier that the person you described as Mr. Jones went back to the trunk of his car, correct?
He did, yeah.
Okay,
This is after what we're talking about right now. What I just described how they were all fighting. That was after that. After he decided he didn't want to fight no more, then he goes to the trunk and tries to get something. Gets
okay.
out a broom, gets out a windshield cleaner.
Like a windshield scraper?
Yeah, like the ones using it.
Okay. And did he have anything on his hands, gloves, anything like that, when he was allegedly carrying these items?
No, I haven't seen him.
Not that you saw. Okay. And did anybody else that you observed try to grab anything?
No, like another object out of the trunk?
Yeah.
No, it was just Jones.
Okay, and what did he do with those objects?
He swung those objects on them.
Okay. So on those objects at who?
On Clavon Horn and Jamari Horn.
Okay, but he never connected, correct?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. But you didn't see anything else, right? Just the scrapers, just the
It was
brooms?
just the scrapers and the brooms that he pulled out the trunk, yeah. Yep.
Okay. And after he grabbed those items, what happened at that point?
He was swinging them and that led everybody to move to the front of the vehicle. Afterwards, is that okay? Okay, afterwards, he dropped those items and he hopped in the vehicle and took off.
Okay, all right. And then you testified he came back early, picked up one of the passengers.
Not even like literally 2 minutes later, circled around on the block or something, came back, picked something up off the ground and picked up his phone and left.
Okay. But you didn't see what he picked up off the ground, right?
No, I have no idea what it is.
I got
To
it.
this day.
Okay. And have you provided any statements about what allegedly happened here outside of this courtroom today?
No,
Okay,
like to an officer, like I can see him, yeah, but that's it.
to the officer, but anybody else?
No.
Not to your knowledge?
No.
Okay. Have you had any follow-up conversations after you talked to police initially with any police officers, anything like this?
About this case?
Yeah.
No.
We posted on social media at all about it, Facebook, anything?
Nope.
Nope, okay.
Nope.
All right, and at the time of this alleged incident, so February 2024, had you been consuming any substances that might have impacted your memory and medications, anything
No.
like that? No?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
This is sequestration order, ma'am. You're not to discuss any portions of your testimony with any other witness, okay?
Okay.
Yes, here you go.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The people would call Robbins Jacobs to the stand.
Can you raise your right hand? Your other right hand?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Oh, there's a microphone that's in front of you. And then the lady behind you has to take down everything being stated here today, but that microphone is not going to amplify your voice for the courtroom. So we need you to speak loud and clear so that we can hear your responses. If there's an objection, you'll stop speaking. I'll make a ruling on that objection. I'll let you know if you can give that response or not, okay? Also, your answers to yes or no questions must state yes or no. They can't just be head nods or shakes or mm-hms, uh-huhs, okay?
Yes.
Okay, state your first and last name, spell both.
Providers, Quavaves, Jacobs, Jacobs.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Jacobs, how are you doing today? I understand. I want to direct your attention back to February 8th, 2024, on the evening of that day. Where were you at on that day?
When the incident occurred,
Yes.
I was sitting outside in my car. I had just came from the gas station.
Where, so you said you were sitting outside your car. Where was your car at that time?
In the parking lot.
The parking lot of where?
I don't know the apartment names, but they're right off in Malibu.
Okay. Is that in the city of Lansing?
Yes,
Ingham County, state of Michigan?
yes.
And did you end up seeing a dispute that happened outside the apartments on that day?
Yes.
Please explain to the court what you saw that day.
My son's girlfriend pulled up abruptly, and then right behind him was Mr. Jones. And
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation at this point, lack of foundation.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Understood. So you saw another vehicle show up?
yeah,
What happened between the people inside of the vehicle that your boyfriend's daughter showed up in, as well as the other vehicle? Did something happen between the two? Your son, yes. Sorry, I apologize. What happened between the party with your son and the party with the other people inside of the vehicle?
Well, I don't know if I can say this. Mr. Jones stepped outside his car. He approached the car that,
So when you say Mr. Jones, do you mean Dennison Jones?
yes,
And how are you familiar with Mr. Jones?
I'm not at all.
You're not, okay. So that person stepped out of the vehicle.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this because we don't have a foundation.
I-
We don't have identification either. Thank you.
Okay, so I agree that she can't testify as if she knew the person when he stepped out, but
And I understand that, Your Honor, so I'm just moving forward as that individual being the driver of the vehicle.
okay.
So is that how I should refer to him as? the driver?
Are you you're not familiar with Mr. Jones?
No.
Okay, so how do you know someone's name is Dennison Jones that's connected to this case?
The information that I had got from my son's girlfriend. My son's girlfriend knows him.
Okay, so yes, so you would be referring to someone pulling up, but you have not properly identified them in court at this time. And so I will grant or sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Understood. So the individual that came out of the vehicle on that day, on February 8th, 2024, in front of your apartment, what time was it around, if you remember? Was it morning, afternoon, evening? Evening. Understand. So this individual that came out of the vehicle, that other vehicle, what happened between him and your son?
Well, it was two other individuals that got out the car with me.
So there were three other individuals in that vehicle that was,
Yes,
and where was that vehicle parked?
on Malibu.
in the middle of the road?
in the middle of the road.
And so these people came out of the vehicle. What did they do?
Approach the car that my son was in.
And what did they do when they approached the vehicle?
We immediately got out the car and it was,
When you say he, who do you mean?
my son.
Your son. So there's a confrontation. When you say a confrontation, what do you mean?
Verbal at first.
Between your son and the three individuals in that other vehicle?
Yes.
And what happened after the verbal confrontation?
It escalated into physical.
Where were you in relation to all of this?
I had got out the car and I was trying to break it up, asking the people that pulled up to leave and told them that I was calling the police.
Your Honor, objection, her statements would be hearsay.
Your Honor, these are exclamatory statements. They're statements that she's making in the moment after she's seeing this fight. She's just explaining the immediate response that she had to seeing this confrontation between her son and three other individuals.
Objections overruled.
Thank you. You stated that you tried to break it up, correct?
Yes.
And so then when did you get involved? Where did the fight end up occurring? Was
the
it
fight was all over the place.
was all over the place?
Yeah.
Okay. Understood. Was it just fists or did something else get involved later?
It was fists.
It was fists. Okay. Did that fight end up stopping?
Yeah,
And how did the fight stop?
by me being hit with a car.
Okay, I want to take it back then. So there's this confrontation going on. Where do we go from the fight that's happening? So you said you got hit by a car. Who was driving that vehicle? Was it one of the three individuals that was in the fight? Was it someone else?
That's one of 3 individuals that was in the fight.
And how did they go from the fight into the vehicle?
He ran to his car. And got in his car.
Did he just go to the driver's seat or did he go to somewhere else in the vehicle?
To the driver's seat.
And I just want to be clear. The fight, there was never any weapons involved in the fight? Was there anything swung besides fists?
I don't remember anything being other than a fist fight, but I was in the middle of trying to retrieve my sons, pull them back, and have them, the people that pulled up in the car, just leave.
Understood. So you said one of the three ended up getting into the vehicle. What, did he get into the driver's seat?
Yes.
And what happened after he got into the driver's seat?
This is when the fight was in the street, from the parking lot to the street. My one son was fighting with another guy. We broke that up. My son and I broke that fight up.
And which son is that? What's his name?
Jamari.
Okay.
So me and Jamari is coming across the street. Jamari's behind me, but not close behind me, but he's behind me. The driver of the car hit his gas, hit me and my son.
Was that in the middle of the road?
Yes.
What ended up happening after you got hit by the vehicle?
I was knocked unconscious but from my understanding, I was dragged away.
So you were knocked unconscious. When did you regain consciousness again? Sorry, I guess I should ask, where were you when you regained consciousness?
Right out in the middle of the street.
Was there anyone else additional there at the time that weren't there at the time of the fight?
Yes.
Who?
Neighbors that stayed in the duplexes and in the apartment building.
How were you feeling at the time?
At the time?
Yeah, at that
me
time.
being hit,
Yes.
I was
Were you able to move?
not really. I tried to stand up.
Were you in pain? Did you see any blood on you?
I didn't see on me, but I felt a warm sensation come down the side of my face.
Did police and EMTs end up arriving on scene?
No.
They end up taking you to the hospital?
Yes.
How long were you in the hospital as a result of this?
Approximately 3 weeks, and then I went to a nursing home.
Any lasting injuries from that incident?
Yes, the main one is my knee. I had to have a knee replacement.
You said the main one. Were there other
Yes,
injuries?
I broke, both of my legs were broke, collarbone, elbow. And I had multiple stitches in my head, inside and out.
One second. Remember much about the driving of that vehicle prior to you getting hit? So for instance, was it a very fast, like was the car driving really fast?
He pulled in the on Malibu abrupt. Very abrupt.
So it was very abrupt after when he hit you? The speed of the vehicle was very fast?
Oh, after he hit me?
Yes, yes. So when the vehicle drove and hit you, was the vehicle going fast? Was the vehicle going slow?
Oh, yeah, he hit the gas, yes.
Okay. And you were in the middle of the road at the time?
Yes.
Did you see your son get hit as well?
I didn't see him get hit, but he was injured.
So you saw injuries after this on him?
Yes.
What injuries did you see on him?
He was bleeding from the side of his leg, and he didn't have a shirt on. He was bleeding on his right chest.
Have you noticed any lasting injuries?
No.
Thank you. Nothing additional, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Jacobs, could you describe to us what the three gentlemen who hopped out of the BMW, what they look like?
This is one of them, the driver. One was a heavy set, dark skinned guy. Kind of foolish, messy hair. And the other guy, he was like a caramel tall guy.
What were these? These were all gentlemen, correct?
From
what you could tell,
yeah,
what were these people wearing?
I don't know exactly. I don't remember.
Do you remember anything if they were approximately how tall were these individuals to the best?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Mm.
Okay, so, and then what were the builds like? Were they skinnier? Were they heavy? You reference one was heavier set.
Mhm. I don't know if you consider him medium built. And like a son.
Do you recall approximately what time this happened?
It was in a late evening. I don't know exactly what time.
Okay, so it was very dark outside, correct?
Yeah. But the area is lit. It has street lights and lights and
And your two sons were there, correct?
yeah.
And one son was in the vehicle and the other son approached from the house, correct?
Yes.
And when the three people who left the BMW first approached your son's vehicle, they came out at the same time, correct?
He was the first.
Okay. But the other two gentlemen were with them?
Followed behind him, yes.
Okay, so they all kind of came out together, correct?
Yeah.
And did your sons ever try to attack the other vehicle at all? Did they ever try to hit with anything?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you ever see your sons with any objects in their hands, like a broom or scraper?
No.
Did you observe your sons trying to take anything out from any of the other occupants' hands at all? Like to grab anything or?
No, they were fist fighting.
They were just fist fighting?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So you didn't see any other
No.
items being used or anything like that,
No.
correct? And approximately how long did this all go on to the best of your recollection?
Probably 10, 15 minutes.
And you testified earlier that you suffered a concussion, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So
Said yes. Said yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
that's okay. So it's safe to say that this injury might impact your memory of what you can recall from events that evening, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Has this concussion impacted your
I
memory?
overrule the objection. She can answer.
What was the question?
Sure. Has this concussion impacted your memory at all?
In the beginning,
Okay. And separate from the concussion, were you taking any medications or using any substances at the time that might have impacted your memory?
before this accident,
Yeah, before the incident.
no,
Okay, so you hadn't been drinking, you hadn't been,
no,
nothing like that.
no.
And did you see any window tint in the vehicle? How would you describe the BMW?
A dark blue,
Did you see any window tint in the vehicle?
no,
No?
not in the front. Like,
How about the windows on the sides or on the rear? Was there any window tint?
I didn't pay any attention.
Okay. In terms of the three gentlemen that you observed, were any of them wearing any sort of sling, or did they have any sort of bandages or anything like that on them at the time? Okay, you didn't see anything in their hands when they approached the vehicle, correct?
No,
You didn't see any sort of, nothing, not like a medical bandage, for example. You didn't see anything on anybody's fingers, anything like that, correct?
for example, like an arm brace, like what he's wearing.
Yeah.
No,
Okay, you didn't see that at all on any.
no,
And in terms of the fight itself, did it look like either of the three gentlemen had any sort of impairment with either the right arm or left arm, couldn't swing
No.
it?
No,
No, from what you could see, everyone was swinging very freely.
healthy,
They appeared to be healthy people.
healthy young man.
Same with your boys too, right?
Same with my boys.
Yeah, they were healthy young men at the time and they were
Out there
engaged.
scrapping, yes.
Okay. Scrapping and, well, all that was scrapping was going on. Did any of it end up over by the BMW, possibly hitting?
Yes,
Ah,
yes.
okay. So your sons might have damaged the BMW while they were scrapping with the 3 other occupants?
No,
No? Okay, but part of the fight did end up over by the BMW, correct? In the middle of the
yes, in
street?
the street, yes.
Okay. So describe how you tried to break up the fight. Were you swinging on anybody? Were you trying to pull people off?
No, and that was a lie that someone in the car said that a guy knocked me out. The only time that I was knocked out was when I was hit with the car,
Okay,
but no one knocked me out. I was basically grabbing on my own children to
okay,
get them back.
okay, thank you. Did any of the neighbors ultimately help you or help your sons at all?
Yes, I was helped about the street by a few people.
Okay, but that was afterwards, but did
Yeah.
any of the neighbors join in the
No,
fight at the time? No?
no.
No further questions, Your Honor, thank you.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. You had mentioned that you were helped by neighbors. Are you aware if any neighbors saw the original incident?
Yes, a few people.
What were their names, if you know?
I do not know.
Okay, understood. Nothing additional, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a sequestration order, Ms. Jacobs, so that means you're not to speak to any of the other witnesses about your testimony. You
I would
understand?
like to say something
You would like to say something
Not-
regarding what, ma'am?
to this.
Oh, there's not a question on the table.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but you can talk to the prosecutor at another time, okay? Oh, you're all set for today, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses today on this case?
Not today, Your Honor.
Okay, we need to reset this to continue, I should say.
Correct, Your Honor, as we still need the officers for the fleeing third charge.
May 15th at 10:30. Any additional matters on today's record?
Not from the people, Your Honor, and I do plan on coming back for that May 15th date.
Sounds good, thank you. We're all set on today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Have a good afternoon, Your Honor.
Same to you. Mr. Lopez, are we bringing up Mr. Lopez?
I believe so, Your Honor. I think he needs an interpreter too.
I don't know it. When Yolanda gets back, you have to bring him up. Please. On the record, in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Jesus Lopez, 25-01088, appearance, please.
George did on behalf of the people.
Oh, and good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Milks on behalf of Mr. Lopez.
We do have an interpreter here. You can stand up. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the interpretation will be complete and accurate and that you will not divulge confidential communication?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Is Frank Poppel, using Bravo, or an Oscar, using Papa, using Papa, using Apple, using.
Okay, say what's the date scheduled for a preliminary examination?
One moment, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Ms. Matusko has been handling this matter. I'm not certain where she is. She's being disposed. This case is going to be dismissed. I feel bad because Mr. Nid, I don't think knows that, considering the nature of the charges here. I'm certainly probably a little apprehensive about doing something like that.
The prosecutor and public defender approached my bench earlier, and Ms. Matusko did advise that the matter is to be dismissed based on some new information, evidence by way of, I believe, test results that were exculpatory as it relates to this party. So she did indicate that to me directly.
Perfect. Then I will defer to the court. The people are unable to proceed at this time.
So the case will be dismissed without prejudice?
Your Honor, I apologize. Bart Buxton for the prosecuting attorney's office. This is Nicole Matusko's case, and she does need to be here to make a record on this case. She will be right there, Your Honor.
I will retract my statement for the record.
Answer the record, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nicole Matusko on behalf of the people.
Okay. And today was scheduled for a preliminary examination. My understanding is that we're not proceeding at this time.
That's correct, Your Honor. This morning, I did receive a copy of the Michigan State Police lab report that was associated to this case. And we learned that the DNA evidence that was taken from the victim's stain did not match the defendant. There was very strong support that he was excluded as the contributor to that DNA. So at this point, we would be moving to dismiss the case, but with the understanding that there will be an ongoing investigation into what transpired that night. I did provide Mr. Milton with 2 lab reports, as well as the same report that came in late. He will also receive that through the normal course, of discovery. So he will get a second copy, but I did hand deliver that to him this morning.
And that is correct, Your Honor. She did hand deliver those.
Okay. So the people are moving to Nolly at this time?
That's correct.
Okay. Nolly will be processed. Any additional matters for today's record?
Nothing. Thank you.
Nothing from the defense. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set. Okay, what are we doing with Stucky?
The people are going to be requesting an adjournment. The defense will be requesting a dismissal.
Okay, we can have Stucky brought up next. And what about Marino?
That's going to be a plea, Your Honor.
Okay, Stucky, then Marino.
Yeah, just the court with Ms. Lewis. We're going to be filing competency on that. Just give court heads up.
Is Lewis present?
She is, she's in another
You can
room.
call the case now, if you're ready.
Oh, I'll have to grab her. I don't know if you want to post it.
Good, buddy.
honest with you. So, right?
Remember, he's old. Type of old.
My understanding, Neiman Halleck just got moved. Nothing would needs to be handled on the record today. See something?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh my God. On the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Sharonda Lewis, 25-01108, appearance, please.
Brendan, on behalf of people.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Stephen Milks on behalf of Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis is present and standing to my right at this time.
Today was the date scheduled for preliminary examination on home invasion first degree. Counsel, how are we proceeding?
I'll defer to defense.
Thank you. Your Honor, I've had conversations with my client, Ms. Lewis, this morning while we were talking, Your Honor. I've had growing concerns just regarding competency. I will be filing that paperwork, Your Honor, shortly after this, if we're on the record here. But I do have new concerns just regarding her competency at this time. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any objection to setting this out so that we can get paperwork processed for competency evaluation?
No, Your Honor, and I would just, if you could reiterate the no contact order, two necessary witnesses here today who identified that she is violating the no contact order. But I don't understand what's going on. That may be.
You say you don't understand what's going on?
No.
Oh.
I don't think.
Your Honor, Burt Buxton on behalf of people, we don't know the specifics, Your Honor, but the victims have mentioned that there has been a contact between them and the defendant in this case, so we would just reiterate that there is a no contact order in this case.
Okay, contact recently is what you're stating?
Yeah, since this incident.
So due to the request to have the defendant evaluated for competency, the court will find good cause to adjourn the examination. Ms. Lewis.
Yeah.
Do you understand that there is a no contact order and that you could not have communication with the protected parties in this matter?
Yeah.
Do you know who the protected parties are?
Yeah.
Who are they?
Somebody I used to talk to and hang out with.
Oh, Curtis James Carter?
Yep.
Also a Maisha Morris.
Yeah.
So you're not to have contact directly or indirectly with them, and you're not to be within 2,000 feet of wherever they are. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
If you violate that by having contact with them, we could have to put you back in jail. You understand that? Is that a yes?
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to go back to jail?
No.
Okay, so then you don't want to violate the no contact order, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'll continue the bond at this time, and we'll reset this matter pending paperwork on a determination as to her competency.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, regarding the no contact order, does that also include making comments out loud in the hallway, maybe not directed at anyone, but near people?
Like the hallway where?
Just any hallway in general?
Well,
Or in
if,
court?
let's say, like in court, hypothetically,
Hypothetically, yes.
that would include that. If you're in the hallway and they're there, and you see them and you make comments that in somehow or way could be pertaining to them, that would be a violation of the no contact order.
No more.
Very good. Any additional matters for the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. No.
Thank you, you're all set.
So we need no papers in that?
We'll set it for a review, but she'll have to, you'll get more paperwork once you get a date to be evaluated for competency, okay?
Okay. So what, I wait in the hallway?
That's fine.
Go back in the, just go back in the little room where people were.
Never mind. Mr. Silverthorne, you have someone with you. Here, remind me who's with you. Mr. Silverthorne, who do you have?
Right now, I'm with Gerard Richardson. I also have a Damon Gullage that I think is going to be.
On the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Gerard Richardson, 25-00965. Council Terrence.
Good morning, Dwayne Sullivan on behalf of Gerard Richardson, who is standing to my right at the council table.
Need a prosecutor's appearance. I need a prosecutor's appearance.
Georgia, on behalf of the people.
The reason why this is not on your docket is because we had a probable cause conference scheduled last week, consistent with my policy. If you engage in a probable cause conference via email or otherwise, and you respond to everyone in the courtroom on the email to let us know that you're not going to be here, then we will then remove it from the docket. My understanding is that Haley, the prosecutor who sent out the information pertaining to the offer, did include everyone including my staff on the offer. But we never received a response, nor did we see Mr. Richardson or his counsel at the probable cause conference. So a bench warrant was issued and we removed it from today's docket. And so bench warrant is issued. And so now it needs to be addressed and it's removed from the docket. And that needs to be addressed because if it was not supposed to be issued because his attorney was to communicate with the staff that he would not be coming because he's going to continue to exam, then we would have needed to have it set for exam today. Now that it's not, we got to address the timeline.
We will waive the timeline, and the court has very succinctly summarized it. The court is exactly correct. In an inattentive moment, I sent the email with a reply rather than a reply all. I've been known to do that, unfortunately. Mr. Richardson was fully prepared to appear by Zoom if he needed to, although I thought I had covered it with Ms. Fortuna Gill. I sent it by sending an email. I checked the email chain, but I also then checked and saw that it was not. She sent it to everyone, and my reply was to her.
To your credit, she could have let us know that you told her that you were continuing, but that didn't happen either.
Right. And there's actually more. It could have been if I had not been stranded in Judge Buchanan's courtroom, I would have been here earlier in the afternoon, but I had things scheduled at the same time and could have simply explained that's what happened. And so now I've inconvenienced the court and I've inconvenienced Mr. Richardson, who has actually now appeared twice today. He came originally. And then I basically told him to go because I hadn't yet figured out why not on today's schedule. Only later did everything fall together. And like I said, the court has very succinctly.
You didn't inconvenience me. I was going to be here anyways, but you didn't get inconvenience me. I was here anyways. But you did inconvenience your client, but I'm sure he understands. It happens. Nonetheless, you're going to weigh the timeline so that we can reset this because we took it off the docket and there's no witnesses, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you intend to run this exam?
At this point, yes, Your Honor. If, as the court's aware, if you set it out far enough, there are sometimes things that change that, but for now, yes, Your Honor. Wait a minute, I want to get my calendar.
What's the nature of these charges? I can't find this.
June 20. It's a carrying concealed weapon. You need the file number.
Then 965.
965, correct. You said what? June 26th at 8:30. June 26th at 8:30.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Any additional matters for today's records?
No, Your Honor.
For the record, the warrant is squashed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll get you a notice to appear, okay, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you. You're all set. Okay, let's see. That was not on my docket, so that's fine. you. Mr. Austin, do you have anyone waiting, or you're waiting for Dennis?
Yes, Your Honor, he's in lockup. We'll be ready to proceed.
Have we seen Sierra Robbins? Mr. Goodrich? We're running that?
Yes, that was going to be an occasion.
Okay, as soon as we clear Stucky and Walker, will begin that one. We're running Dennis.
Yes.
Okay, and then we just did Lewis. My understanding is that we are running Gullage as well, correct?
No,
No?
waiving Gullage.
Oh, waiving.
We're gonna run it now, we're waiving.
That's what I had that we were running. We're gonna waive Gullage?
That's correct.
Okay, sounds good. That Mr. Stucky?
Yes.
On the record, in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Terrence, Lamar, Stucky. These are file numbers 24-00880, 24-01126, 25-00798, and 25-00073. Can I have your appearances, please?
Gerard Disen on behalf of people in regards to file ending in 798.
Your Honor, I'm only here on the 798 file. I don't know the other map.
One of the misdemeanor file pretrial, Your Honor, maybe?
I don't know that it's a final pre-trial. It might just be pre-trial. That's what it says on my document. For dog cases, but one is an assault and battery. Defendant in custody, one felony set for final pre-trial. That might be a final pre-trial. On the assault and battery, that's file number ended in 73. And then there's a dog, unlicensed dog. And another unlicensed dog, but these were likely reset because he was going to be here today. And so his attorney should have made a notation of that. Nonetheless, what are we doing on the phone?
Your Honor, the people are gonna be asking for an adjournment, a good cause adjournment, because there is a witness intimidation file in review with our office with the same victim. And looking at the notes from our office, when they reached out to the victim, Ms. Gonzalez, there was information and other information, there's information to believe that he's told her not to come to court. That's why it's my belief, that's why she's not here today.
Now,
So
when you are making these allegations of witness intimidation, are these allegations of calls that happened after March 28th?
Your Honor, our office spoke with the necessary witness on March 27th, what the note indicates. And there is information regarding her being told not to come to court.
Okay, so this sounds like information that's already been brought to the court's attention by way of the PA 53, of which we arraigned him on the 28th on, and I revoked his jail privileges pending the hearing. Okay, so there are witness intimidation charges that are being processed that has been authorized.
Not authorized, it's still in review as of March 21st is what it looks like. Date of incident appears to be March 17th.
Okay. That would be the report that I have here as well. Okay, let's see here. I'm sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense would be objecting to that request as well as asking for dismissal. Mr. Stucky has been in custody since March 17th of this year. And as the court already noted, these were matters that were brought to the court's attention back over a month ago at this point. This was adjourned originally from a previous preliminary exam date due to the court. I believe my notes reflect some unavailability of the court, and there was a necessary adjournment that was issued. People have had a month to be investigating and trying to figure out these charges. Based on the PA 53 reports I have received, it looks like that charge for witness interference was requested several weeks ago. And at this point, we're still in the stages of, are we going to authorize, are we not? And meanwhile, Mr. Stucky's sitting in jail. And I realize these are serious allegations. wouldn't say different, but she's not here and the people, it sounds like, can't proceed without her. So I'd have support to dismiss. They can reissue if it would be without prejudice.
Okay, this is a concern. You said that they're in review, so there was actually a complaint
Yep.
drafted by your office or sent to your office and reviewed, I should say?
So, to my understanding, police do their investigation
Correct.
and then they refer it over to PBK, and it ends up in somebody's queue to be reviewed for charges or denial, further
Correct.
investigation. And looks like this case is pending in somebody's queue, that being APA Malud, which I'm sure has other things in this file. But nevertheless, Your Honor, this is a new charge. I think the PA 53 is the other question. That I believe could be done with an officer. I'm not sure if that was scheduled for today.
It was, I'm not really concerned about the PA 53 because it sounds like it's the same exact information as these new pending charges, and running a PA 53 while there's new charges pending would be prejudicial to the defendant. And so what I would prefer is to know that's why I wanted to confirm, is it something that's actually been reviewed or in review? So, or not the potential of it being in review. You're saying this is actually in review.
Actually in review to be
Okay.
reviewed.
I will take that. The objection is overruled. I recognize your client is sitting in custody, but we don't have to, you know how many cases are probably in the queue to be reviewed in Ingham County? There's lots. And every week, one of us takes a rotation, whether it's the prosecutor's office or it's the court, and reviewing to get through that queue. And we do not typically see cases processed within 45, 60-day period. That's relatively quick. We also do not have to, the officers nor the prosecutor nor the court needs to go and find this one and put it to the top of the review list just because he's sitting in custody, because the allegations stem from phone calls while he was sitting in jail, easily verifiable, number one. And number two, the allegations would, if true, would be actions he took on his own after being advised not to make contact directly or indirectly with the protected party. I have had 2 reports filed here of allegations of violations of the no contact order, along with actual quotes, and a list of jail calls was provided to the court. It's a long list of jail calls, which is why the court revoked the jail privileges until a hearing. And dismissal is not going to, I can guarantee they're probably going to reissue immediately, because they're going as far as to bring forward witness intimidation charges on this. So they have a strong belief that the witness was likely intimidated based off whatever information they got from the investigation, which again includes phone calls that were made from this defendant's inmate number while in the custody of Ingham County Jail on a recorded phone call. So your objection is heard, but it is denied. The matter will be reset. I don't know how long it's going to take for there to be a review. However, at this point, I am going to give an order that they find wherever it is in the review process and move it up quicker, just like they do whenever they want something else done quicker. So whoever is the officer that has this needs to make sure that it is signed and reviewed by a prosecutor, and that it is given to a judge to be reviewed so that he can be arraigned and that he'll be ready to move forward on all these cases on this next date that I give you.
You can do June 26th at 8:30.
June 26th at 8:30. Any additional matters for the record?
Yeah, thank you.
Your Honor, if we may be heard on bond.
You may.
Thank you. Right now, Mr. Stucky is being held on a, from what I'm seeing in our system, of 50,000. I believe that is going to be a cash surety bond on this matter. He's obviously not been able to make that bond. He will not be able to make that bond. I'd ask the court to consider him for a PR bond or some lesser bond at this time, given the fact that this has been adjourned and twice now, and that he is still in custody, and the next court date we have is June 26th. I would say that it would appear reports have been made, and if there's any more issues, he understands that more reports would be made. And I believe a GPS tether could satisfy along with other appropriate conditions for safety of the community as well as the alleged victim. Thank you.
Prosecution gonna respond?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Is the prosecution gonna respond?
Your Honor, I don't know what his bond is, but looking at.
50,000 cash short.
Okay. Oh, no, sorry, I was looking at something. No, I object to that. I mean, he's already telling us to come to court from jail. I wonder what he's gonna do when he gets out. Not in the people's position to allow that at all.
Okay. The bond is set at 50,000 cash surety. That bond was set by the magistrate at the time the defendant was arraigned. And that bond was based on a number of factors, one being the safety of the public and the safety of the alleged victim in this, and as well as the charges. There's an assault with a dangerous weapon, domestic violence, and weapons felony firearm. At the time of the arraignment, the magistrate would have had the defendant's prior criminal history readily available to review. And if there was a bond recommendation from the office of the prosecutor, that as well would have been given to her, or she would have had that for consideration. I don't have all of those things before me today. I don't have his prior criminal history. I don't have any bond report here. What I do have is a felony file, where a determination was already made that 50,000 cash surety would be appropriate with GPS tether. And it looks like random ETG 2 times per month. So there must be another substance related issue or aspect in this case. Nonetheless, the other issue that I now have is that since being in custody, there's been allegations of violations. I know that he's proceeding on a violation hearing, but now new charges are allegedly in the pipeline for witness intimidation. And I have a report here that demonstrates over 20 phone calls from the Ingham County Jail. I don't see how any of these things warrant a reduction in the bond. So the bond is that will continue. Any additional matters for the record?
No, Your Honor.
You're all set. I need Walker up here. And it sounds like Gullage. Gullage is a waiver.
Yes, Your Honor.
Gullage should probably come first. Yes.
You want them separately? Or I can.
I would love them both if possible.
Yeah, okay.
So
Okay, so I'm sending the copy.
You want a copy?
Oh,
Did you want a copy?
Sure, I'll take things. Thank you.
I think
No, so the clerk will do what she has to do.
Right,
and
Mr. You're not agreeing.
She'll send out. Yeah. You want to table or? Okay. This one. Witnesses that needed to be released on any matters that are in the courtroom still?
Nope,
Okay.
took care of that earlier on.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Take care, I'll, might see this afternoon.
Well, that's one.
Yeah. and you do have
Oh,
your
yeah,
office.
yeah, she's here, yeah.
Misdemeanor should be set on misdemeanor docket. Yeah.
Here.
Gullage.
Okay, on the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Damon Edward Gullage, 25-01158, appearance please.
George, in the back of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dwayne Silverthorne from the Office of Public Defender on behalf of Damon Edward Gullage, who is standing to my right at council table.
Okay, Mr. Gullage had a examination scheduled today for assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, and there is a domestic violence third offense notice. Also habitual offender fourth offense notice. Are we running an exam today?
No, Your Honor, upon negotiations, the parties have agreed to unconditionally waive this case to the district court as charged in the complaint with further negotiations.
That is correct, Your Honor. The prosecution had earlier indicated the intent to rent victimless, and I had discussed that scenario with Mr. Gullage, and he has decided to waive his preliminary examination.
Okay, Mr. Gullage, you understand your right to have a preliminary examination in the district court on the felonies. You understand that you have the right to require that the prosecutor first establish sufficient probable cause that the felonies were committed, and this sufficient probable cause to charge you as the person who committed the felonies. You want to unconditionally waive your exam? Anyone threatening you to do that? Any promises if you waive your exam?
No.
And you understand that once you waive it, the matter will be sent to the circuit court for further prosecution. You can't get there, decide you don't like your offer or that you don't get an offer at all, and then decide you want your exam. You understand that?
It's just.
Bindover date is May 5th. I'm sorry, May 14th. The state circuit court gets the file from the district court. Not a date that you will appear in the circuit court, okay? The next court date will be a pretrial that will be set after that May 14th date. Do you have any questions at this time?
No.
Bond was set at 10,000 cash surety. Any additional matters for the record?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Mr. Gullage had asked me to address that. I understand that this is a relatively modest bond. However, he's without the funds to pay it. He is starting an online school at the American Intercontinental University on May 16th, if he can. He currently oversees an unregistered nonprofit known as Revival Ministries, and he wants to try to get also work for employment. He has a release address of 909 East Jolly Road, that's Michigan, Illinois. And if the court believes that the nature of the charge requires a felony, he would agree with that, although he is indigent. Thank you, Your Honor.
The prosecution going to respond.
In about 10 seconds. Your
No
Honor.
problem.
And I currently object due to the extremely long history of defendant, starting with 2008, criminal sexual conduct in the secondary use, which is some more priors. Domestic violence in 1997, and the page goes on for about 18 pages. I have a concern for public safety at this time, so an habitual fourth. He's a habitual fourth. I mean, I'll defer to the court, but I don't think it's a good idea. I don't believe it's good.
What is this unregistered nonprofit? What is it called?
Revival Ministries.
Revival Ministries?
Yeah.
What is the purpose?
Purpose of distribution, religious material.
Of what?
pamphlets,
Kind
Bibles,
of-
books, Bibles, religious material.
How long have you been operating this?
It's been in the works for a few years, but kind of like focus on it now.
You said what?
Yeah, it's been in the work for a few years. It's something I'm really paying more close attention to now.
Okay, so you haven't been actively dealing with this. So you're distributing information to where?
Just different organizations around.
And where's this information that you're, like, you have like a stockpile of information that you're distributing? I'm not following.
Through our church.
Through your church? What church? You are Seventh-day Adventist? Okay, so the church is the one distributing information.
Yeah, I just have my own personal ministry.
Okay, you have your own personal ministry through that, but you're not yielding income through that, correct?
Not at the moment.
Okay, because that's not any information that you shared at the time of your pretrial report. I have the same concern. You also reported that you were unhoused, and that's consistent with the address that you gave. I don't believe you're running a nonprofit. How are you running a nonprofit and you don't even have a roof over your head?
I never said I was home.
Excuse me?
In my arraignment, I gave the same address in my arraignment.
I have a pre-sentence report from the date you in custody. It says homeless. They asked you your former address. You said you don't remember.
Pre-sentence?
Yeah, you met with pretrial services the day of your arraignment. So you were self-employed doing cleaning part-time.
Yeah, that's what I got on here. Contract. I never said I was employed. Homeless.
Okay, what's your address?
909 East Valley.
Okay, right. You're facing life if convicted is the maximum penalty. I have a copy of the pre-trial report as well as the bond recommendation. Again, nothing in the bond recommendation mentions anything about ministry. Not saying that you are not somehow or couldn't possibly be connected to ministry, but I can say one thing, your criminal history is not reflective of that. And I have not as extensive report as the prosecutor because I don't have your full CCH in front of me, but I do have here convictions from 2023, 2022 charges and conviction, 2022 charges and conviction, 2020, 2017, 2015, 14, 14, 14, 2000, 2000, 1997, 1994. Bond is relatively modest in consideration to the allegations and the threat to public safety. I believe there's a threat to public safety. So the bond recommendation or bond motion is denied. It will continue at 10,000 cash surety. I don't know why a GPS cover was not added. Let's see. I will add GPS cover. With victim notification if possible. Any additional matters for the record?
If the defendant is updating his address to Jolly Road, it looks like an apartment building, at least.
Apartment 4, is that what you? Okay. Any additional matters?
Oh, yeah.
But based on what the department record was for the purposes of the other, we found him. Could go ahead and indicate that he is in the gym.
I don't know anything about his finances, so I can't indicate that he's in the jail. I don't know. He might have a nonprofit with a lot of money, for all I know. I don't know. They gotta make a determination as to his indigency. I don't know that. Any additional matters? You're all set.
Nothing. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good day, Your Honor.
Same to you. We're bringing two. We don't have our jail people up yet. You radio her and tell her they can keep Walker down there. I'm about to start at Robbins.
See? By 2 o'clock, he's here.
Everything I have in court, state cap, this is itself, you know, for music.
No.
One's a copy.
One's a copy and one's original. Thank you, dear.
Yeah, not mine. Yeah, you don't. So hell yes. My fingers.
So he always follows and versus me.
I don't know what you do.
He's gonna run
Okay.
Robbins.
I actually very
No, I can't don't know why. Thank you, let's check it.
That's what you can say. That chicken fights are always.
Just me. So
Did you get?
Oh.
Sitting and talking.
Yeah. I'm still waiting. Yeah.
Continue on the servers.
Hey, my guys, put the sergeant on this file.
I said I need to be better.
Yeah, give me your shot. There's over here to start playing that.
We'll be right.
Left side envelopes, we don't have any more in there. And I don't want to go walking all the way down there for.
Yolanda, just to give you a heads up, I'm on the Zoom thing to show a video at some.
Oh, okay.
Got roped into today?
Yeah, I'm a helper, so I'm helping. This for Barbara sitting.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just do this seat.
So, you know, it says we have a video of Officer Kenneth's body cam video that I plan to show during the.
I haven't looked at it.
Which one is it?
Burkett's body cam.
Is it just one full video? Because sometimes they try to pause.
Well, it is a full video,
Gotcha.
but.
But
I'll
you're
probably
playing a
just show
chunk of it.
clips.
Gotcha. Yep. Well, I mean, we have it, so we can't really
We can't.
object to
yeah.
it.
As long as lay the foundation.
I mean, the foundation, because Rickette's here,
He's-
right?
he's all-
So
yeah, must have-
might as well just stick to it
Stick
being
to it.
admitted, yeah.
Yeah, I'll sit. You heard it.
Otherwise, we're just sitting here wasting people's time for a foundation that she could, she can lay.
We'll probably use it for just as.
Gotcha.
Obviously, yeah, 60,000.
There's a picture, more sucker. That's from John had. He only needs it. I don't play. Oh. I'm like scared. Well. Okay. They're good for you. Turn up on my watch and I'm gonna be here. Grab my headphones real quick.
All right. Seated. This is a matter of the state of Michigan versus Sierra Ryan Robbins, 25-00116, appearance, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Abigail Wilson on behalf of the people.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Ms. Robbins, who is standing to my right.
Ms. May, what's the date scheduled for preliminary examination on carrying a concealed weapon? Are we ready to proceed?
The people are ready, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any preliminary matters before we call witnesses?
Not from the people.
Not from the, sir.
You can call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Officer Burkett.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, ma'am.
You can have a seat. You can state your first and last name and spell both.
Elena Burkett, ELANA-BURKETT.
You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Burkett, where are you currently employed?
City Lansing Police Department.
And what is your job title?
Police officer.
What are your general duties?
Respond to calls for service, self-initiated activity, and officer firing patrol.
How long have you been a police officer?
With Lansing, it'll be 2 years and 14 days. And overall, I think I've been licensed for about 3 years.
Okay. Now, were you working as a Lansing police officer on December 12th of 2024?
Yes.
And what was your assignment on that date?
Road patrol.
And were you in the area of South Pennsylvania Avenue and Alden Drive?
I got dispatched there for a personal injury accident.
And what were you wearing while you were working that date?
Full uniform.
And does that have police on it?
It does.
And were you in a car, on foot, or something else?
I arrived in a fully marked patrol car.
And is that department issued?
Yes.
Now, on that December 12th date, you said you were dispatched for a personal injury accident, is that correct?
Yes.
And by that, do you mean a motor vehicle accident?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived at that location, what was happening?
There was a car in the northbound lanes of Penn, slightly in the road that appeared to have collided with the curb and then a traffic closure.
And that location of South Penn and Alden Drive, is that in the city of Lansing?
Yes.
Ingham County?
Yes.
State of Michigan?
Yes.
Were you able to make contact with anybody involved in that accident?
Yes.
Who?
Sierra Robbins, the driver.
And do you see Sierra Robbins here in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you point her out and describe something she's wearing?
She is in the black knitted sweater.
Your Honor, I request that the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
The objection.
No objection from the defense, Your Honor.
ID is noted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, when you made contact with Ms. Robbins, what was she doing?
She was in the back of the ambulance at that point.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
I did.
What was that conversation?
I can talk to her about her employee notes for a little bit, got her license, and then we did talk about insurance.
And what happened when you started talking about insurance?
To my recollection, I began asking where it was at. She told me the glove box. To my, again, recollection, I said, do you mind? She was interrupted. She said, go ahead. I went into the glove box, and at that point, I found a firearm.
And do you remember what kind of firearm that was?
It was a revolver.
Do you recall if Ms. Robbins had a CPL?
She stated she did, and she did not.
Okay, can you describe that a little bit?
So I asked her, I said, hey, what's up with the firearm in the car? She said, oh, I have my CPL. Tried to confirm that she did not. And then she said, well, I carry under the certificate of completion, which is not by law a CPL.
Okay. And were you able to run a law enforcement check on her?
Yes.
Did it come back as her having a CPL?
She did not, no. I had Ingham County lean run that.
Okay. And did she acknowledge that the gun was in fact hers?
She said that her dad bought it for her under her dad's name.
But she knew that it was in the car, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further at this time.
Good afternoon, Officer Burkett.
Good morning.
Did you do any type of work to prepare for this hearing today as far as reviewing materials?
I tried to, however, this was a last minute subpoena, so
Okay, so
called in day of.
all right, did you have a chance to review your your police report?
The report, yes, body cam, no.
Okay, so not the body. So did you, and you recognize that this is the report that you wrote back on December the 12th?
Yep.
And when you do a police report, do you essentially kind of go off memory, or do you go by like the notes you take on scene, or how do you do that?
All of the above.
Okay. And do you remember specifically in this case, did you use all of the above?
Yep, I used my memory and the notes on scene. This report was written shortly after the accident was.
And Officer Burkett, when you were arriving on scene, did you turn your body cam video on that day?
I was running code there, and so with the way our cars are set up, it automatically turns our body camera on while we're running.
Okay, so your body cam was clearly running throughout this entire situation?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to show Officer Brickett a portion of her body cam video. I'm currently on Zoom to accomplish that.
Just for clarification, are we admitting this as an exhibit or for impeachment?
For impeachment. this
Okay,
time.
understood. Thank you.
And let me also just state that, so it is your testimony today that essentially Ms. Robbins gave you consent to search her glove box prior to you going into her car?
Yes, in the way I perceived it, yes.
Okay. Oops, I have to do the video. So. That's that. Okay, officer, does this appear to be the video from, does that appear to be your arm, I guess? In your
Yes.
car? Okay. Let me just play this for you. Let me skip forward a little bit till you get to the scene.
This is her here. Can you pause for a moment, just for the record, let us know where you're starting on the.
Okay.
Minute marker that you're starting.
Okay, so I'm starting at about 1 minute and 40 seconds into this video. Does this appear when you arrive on scene?
Yes.
And is that, looks like the fire department's already there to assist the driver of the vehicle?
Yep.
And you were not called to the scene as part of like a criminal investigation?
No, no
right?
criminal investigation, no.
This is just an accident, somebody hit some ice or something like that, is it your report?
Yeah.
Go around. I don't think this is the one. Was there another vehicle involved in this?
No, she says she hit the ice back here, and obviously you can see she definitely came up through.
Is this her?
This is her here.
Can we grab your plate? Edward Tom Queen 98457 Ethan Act Sergeant Hope Police.
Sounds like she's.
Officer, is it, after seeing this video, is it clear that you actually had contact with Ms. Robbins prior to her being in the ambulance on this occasion?
Yes.
On the car, witness said she spun out, hit that pole.
I came like from back there. Why don't you get in our ambulance up in Stucky and I'll come to you in a second.
Okay. With you having seen now your first contact with Ms. Robbins, did she attempt to essentially tell you about the scene, about what happened with the car?
Yes, but I prioritized her injuries rather than a statement at that time.
Okay, so you sent her away to the ambulance.
Yes.
And so there's been no consent to search the vehicle at that point, having what you've seen there? An officer, is that you opening the car door, opening the glove box, and starting to pull materials out of the glove box?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what?
I was just seeing if it was in park.
Okay, and then officer, is that you proceeding to essentially kind of search through the center console of the vehicle at that time?
Yes, but not for any criminal reasons.
So you said not, you searched the console, you said?
Yes, I only search the places that are people most commonly hold their insurances.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, And that would be the moment that you found the firearm in the glove compartment?
Yes.
So after, I guess, seeing this video, is it now your testimony that you did not speak with Ms. Robbins at the ambulance prior to going into that car?
Correct. After seeing this video, it is refreshed, yes.
And it is also your testimony that you had no probable cause of a crime being committed on scene?
Objection, Your Honor, that is a legal conclusion.
Your Honor, I'm asking what her reasoning to search the vehicle.
No, she can make a determination as to whether or not there was probable cause to search.
It is our policy and procedure that whenever there's an accident, we get license, registration, proof of insurance.
The question is whether or not you have probable cause to search.
No.
And based on the video you've seen now, you did not receive any consent from the driver to search those areas of the vehicle, is that correct? And this video was a fair and accurate representation of what went on?
Yes, this is what happened.
Okay. Yeah,
Can you just replay it, because I think maybe I missed something, unless can you replay it from the portion that you originally played?
The entire, from 140?
Whatever you just refreshed her with, can you replay that?
Yeah. Let me.
Someone in the car hit the ice back.
I don't think this is good. Was there another vehicle involved in this?
No, she says she hit the ice back here, and obviously you can see she definitely came up through.
Is this her?
This is her here.
25 your plate. Edwards Mountain Clean 98457 Ethan Started Hook, please.
Sounds like she's the one in the car. Witness said she spun out, hit that pole.
I came like from back there. Why don't you get in our ambulance? I'll come check you out and I'll come to you in a second. Yes, please.
Then, officer, at some point after this, you go and speak with Ms. Robbins in the ambulance, make sure she's okay at that point.
Yes.
And then she was released on scene.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I didn't read it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Burkett, do you know what happened with the vehicle after this accident?
I don't recall.
Okay. And are you aware of any requirements that individuals carry insurance when they're operating a vehicle?
Yes, it's law.
Okay. And you said, I believe on cross, that it's routine for your department to ask for that insurance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that your purpose in going into the car, was to confirm that there was in fact insurance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
My purpose was if she's being evaluated for an injury, there's a chance this vehicle is going to be towed.
Well, strike that. There's no question. You know, but I have a question now.
Yes.
Because maybe I missed something. You testified on your direct that she gave you permission to go in the glove box. She told you that the insurance was there.
Yes, this was prior to being refreshed.
Okay, so the video we shows after that she never told you that she had insurance in the glove box. And so you went and opened the door without her permission and went in the glove box and then went in the center console. No permission. No probable cause to search. Okay. Well, why are we still here?
If I could have a moment, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Based on the testimony here today and the evidence, we are at this point not requesting Bindover on this charge. Thank you.
Case is dismissed. You're all set. We'll get you a dismissal.
Thank you so much.
Okay, were you supposed to run someone else?
Gerard, can we do Cameron Anderson next?
Anderson?
Yes.
In custody, you can bring Anderson up. We're running that one, correct?
We're gonna be asking for an adjournment, Your Honor.
Okay, so there's gonna be a German on that one, and then a plea on Walker,
Correct, Your Honor.
and we're running Dennis.
We're gonna be running Dennis, correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so we can bring up, if they allow us, Walker and Anderson at the same time,
I'm sorry, Anderson.
and Walker. Oh, Sharonda, it's right there. Thank you. Okay, on the record, in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Cameron Anderson, no?
Walker.
Oh, this is Walker, Marino Walker, 25-01095, appearance please.
Good morning, Your Honor. APA Bart Buxton on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Starks, the fourth assistant public defender here on behalf of Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker is president of the council table. He is seated to my right.
Okay, Mr. Walker. Is there a reason why he's sitting?
I pause.
Oh, no problem. Mr. Walker, you are here today for an examination, but I do have a plea offer extended by the people for you to plead guilty to use of methamphetamine. That's a misdemeanor, 1 year and or
$2,000.
$2,000 in fines, and that the defendant agrees to forfeit the weapon. Is that the plea offer that you recall?
Yes.
You want to take that plea offer today?
Yes.
Okay, it says that you accept. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay. I do have an advice of rights of the information sheet. We'll have this copy too. I probably do. Okay, and so let me give you your copy back. Thank you. You've gone over these rights with your attorney, correct?
Yes.
You understand that you would have to give up all of these rights that's listed here if you wanted to accept the plea offer?
Yes.
So you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. You recognize that?
Yes.
And you want to waive your right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
You have the right to require that the prosecutor prove your guilt first by proving each element of the charge or charges being brought against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to remain silent at any trial and not have silence be used against you. You have the right to subpoena witnesses to your trial that can testify on your behalf, your right to present evidence at your trial, and your right to see, hear, or question any witnesses called to testify on behalf of the prosecution. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Anyone threatening you to waive your rights today?
Yes.
Who's threatening you?
No one's threatening.
No, no.
No one's threatening you? Okay. Any promises being extended to you if you waive your rights?
No.
Are you currently on probation or on parole?
No.
You understand that by entering a guilty plea, it could result. I didn't finish the question yet.
Oh, my.
Entering a guilty plea can result in a conviction that you may need to put on a current application or a future application. You understand that for employment? You understand that?
Yes.
It also could have impact on travel or immigration status. You understand that?
Yes.
As to the charge of use of methamphetamine, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Factual basis?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Walker, back on April 12th, 2025, we were in the city of Lansing in the state of Michigan in Ingham County, approximate location of Ohio in Taft Street.
Yes.
And the police at that point pulled your vehicle over. You've been driving a motor vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you were operating the vehicle, you had been using a narcotic, a drug that's illegal. It's called methamphetamine, correct?
Yes.
And you had been using it a little bit earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you knew what you were using was methamphetamine, just shall we say, based on some personal experience, correct?
Yes.
And you know it was illegal at the time for you to be using methamphetamine.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any questions from the prosecution?
Just briefly, Your Honor, you didn't have any valid reason to have that methamphetamine, did you?
Yes. The smoke.
Did you have any valid medical reason to?
Oh, no.
have that methamphetamine? The people are satisfied that, Your Honor.
Thank you. The court is also satisfied with the factual basis. I'll accept your plea and I find your plea to be freely, voluntarily and intelligently made. This matter is scheduled for sentencing June 26th at 9 a.m. Prior to sentencing, you do need to meet with our probation department so that they can get a pre-sentence interview prepared. And you need to have a substance use assessment done. What is he being held on?
A sentence for a probation violation here, Your Honor, and he has a listed out date of being in September. So even if he gets trustee, he's still probably going to be incarcerated by the time of our sentencing date here.
Well, first, I should probably amend his bond, and this will be accrues time, because he's got a PR bond on this. He's not accrued any time since being on.
Well, he would be serving a sentence, Your Honor, but that's fine. A low cash or surety bond. Please and thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, he's remained in custody since, what date, sir?
April 12th.
April 12th. Thanks.
You're gonna be in custody, you said, until September?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'll note that so that the probation department knows to schedule your meeting while you're in custody. And on the bond to 510%. Any additional matters for today's record?
Not from the people, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, you're all set. Okay, on the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Cameron Anderson, 25-01139, yes, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. APA Bart Buxton on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jacob Starks, the fourth assistant public defender here on behalf of Mr. Anderson. He's present at council table. He's standing to my right.
Today was the date that was scheduled for a prelim. There's a carjacking and a carrying concealed weapon. How are we proceeding on this?
That is correct, Your Honor. The people would be asking for a good cause adjournment at this time. This is a case with co-defendants, Your Honor. The co-defendant in this case is Josiah Kane. That preliminary examination is set for May 16th. Well, we believe for judicial economy, it would be best to adjourn the preliminary examination in this matter to that one, so we can handle both at the same time. Looking at the court rules, MCR 6.110 subsection A, it states the preliminary examination for co-defendants shall be consolidated and only one joint preliminary examination shall be held unless the prosecuting attorney consents to a severance, the defendant seeks a severance by motion and it is granted, or one of the defendants is unavailable and does not appear at the hearing. Your Honor, we do have a hearing set for preliminary examination on May 16th. I believe there's a good cause to adjourn this time.
I do. I don't see co-defendant. I don't see it. The problem is it wasn't charged as a co-defendant on here. There's nothing, at least on my complaint, that says there's a co-defendant. Let's see. When was the co-defendant arraigned?
The co-defendant was arraigned. Let me look, Your Honor.
Must have been arraigned after.
He must have been arraigned after, Your Honor. I do not have the exact arraignment date. I don't have the, but it's Josiah Kane.
Okay, April 25th, and it says the co-defendant on this? Yeah. Okay, so this one probably this was done first. That makes sense. Okay, Mr. Starks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anderson would object to any request for adjournment. The defense is prepared and able to proceed. The defense has discovery, Your Honor. Respectfully, the defense would request that this matter be dismissed if people are unable to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, your objection is, there is a co-defendant who was charged and arraigned after the defendant. That's why their dates are not the same. And per the court rules, they'll be run together. So this will be reset to the same date as the co-defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem.
Your Honor, may it be heard on bond briefly?
I want to just get this date again. May 16th. May 16th at 8:30. Okay, you can address bond.
Thank you, Your Honor. Respectfully, I would request a reduction in Mr. Anderson's current bond amount. His bond, if I'm not mistaken, is set at 50,000 cash surety. Respectfully, I would request a reduction in the cash surety amount because he's not a flight risk. He has deep connections to the community. His family is providing him with a lot of support. In fact, his mother and father are here, they're sitting in the gallery. They'll have plenty of supervision if he's released from home. Concerns about the safety for the community can be addressed through the use of a tether, through the use of GPS monitoring, Your Honor, and through the use of a curfew. Respectfully, this is a complicated case with co-defendants. He's presumed innocent. This could be quite a lengthy process depending on the outcome of the preliminary examination. And Mr. Anderson is a young man who would like the opportunity to work, assist in his own defense, participate in the community in a positive way while these charges are pending. So respectfully, Your Honor, based on his age, based on his deep connections to the community, respectfully, I would request reduction of current bond. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. These are some pretty serious charges, as you can see, involving a weapon. This is a carjacking charge as well as a CCW, or carrying a concealed weapon. The people are concerned about public safety due to the charges. Additionally, Your Honor, this is not the only case that the defendant has in regards to a weapon charge. Back in 2022, he had a juvenile conviction of carrying a concealed weapon as well. That, as I said, there was juvenile adjudication on, but it shows that the defendant has had a history with firearms. The people are concerned that he is a danger to the community. So I believe bond is set appropriately at this time.
The allegations, even as it, well, obviously he's charged with a carjacking, and per the prosecution, there's been a juvenile conviction that includes firearm or weapon, and then at the time of the arrest on this alleged incident, the defendant allegedly had a firearm. I don't know how that doesn't present a risk to the public safety. If we have a child or a juvenile, or someone who has a juvenile conviction, that is, and someone who's not of age to even carry a gun, who's being accused of some nefarious actions, is out and about just carrying weapons, that's a problem. And this is not one allegation of a weapon. This file encompasses two separate allegations of this defendant being in possession of a weapon, and then there's a conviction for a weapon charge, and then again, violent charges, violent allegations. He's not employed. not in school, what does he need to be out for? He has nothing to do. But get into trouble. Because he's not doing anything else. And it's fine. I like to see that his parents are here, but that didn't make him do anything with his free time, his parents being here. His parents being here didn't prevent him from picking up charges. His parents being here didn't prevent him from having a juvenile record. So I don't think the parents have enough control over his actions. He's 19 years old. He's got to have control over his actions. It's not their responsibility anymore. He's an adult now. And there's nothing meaningful here other than for him to be released to get in some more trouble because he's not presented, well, you know, Your Honor, he's working. He's got deep connections. Well, how deep are the connections if you're not even employed and you're not in school? What do you do all day? What do you do all day? He can't tell me absolutely one productive thing that he does all day. He didn't say, Your Honor, I look after my younger siblings, or I clean yards until I can get a job. Nothing productive. So I think if the bond is set, it's actually appropriate. I'll reduce it 25,000, 10%. With GPS tether and 24-hour house arrest. You don't have to leave the house for any reason. If the tether indicates that you left the house or you tampered with it, the bond's revoked. You understand that?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, you know what case is next?
I think I only have one more. Dennis? Hmm? Probably not. You might want to wait. Are they waiting for Dennis?
Yeah.
They're running, they're here for Dennis?
Yes.
Okay.
Added to your honor. We need Dennis.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
This officer
So Nikki's already talked.
police report. I'm not sure why.
To you?
Yeah. And
for who?
For game stuff.
I am worried about.
He's failed to appear for
He failed to appear for what?
sentencing.
Okay.
So I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that.
He just sent you it sounds like it's a female. Just sent you a report, didn't say what it was for.
It's a bond. He just bond violation, but he already has a warrant. I don't know what else.
Oh, it's an additional bond violation.
I'm from Meridian Township.
What happened? This date, or what's the date?
Yes.
And we don't have a bond violation in our file already? Is that for an arraignment in the bond violation?
That's the plan. As a, I would like if you could talk to him briefly about it, so we have an officer here.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
Officer's the last, right? Or officer last.
I still keep my officer here.
Okay, he's not first, so.
We might be waiting. We don't know for sure this yet, so we just need to talk to his client first.
This is for Dennis?
There's two cases on Dennis. One may be waived.
Oh, and
Attorney
Austin's on
Austin
both.
needs to talk to him in regards to the officer.
The AWM is definitely running, Your Honor. Now that I know the witnesses on the other file,
Sounds
make
good.
him aware of that and see what he wishes to do on that.
Thank you. Boy, me too. Me too. Boy finds out. This is not good for us. This is not good for us. Mr. Smith is gonna be pissed. You don't think she paid with me? Did we get satisfaction with judgment? I don't know. I haven't seen. They got a lot of satisfaction with judgment. I thought they were trying to go up to somebody else. We gotta move on, though. It's like, we can't. That might be the lady that showed up in Zoom because facts. She lives up. We gotta move on.
Your Honor, I just want to make sure, it looks like Stucky was also set for a final pretrial today. Was that handled?
His attorney did not appear on those, so we
Okay.
just reset those for the misdemeanor dockets.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
No problem.
I want to apologize for how chaotic everything has been.
Oh, no, I'm sure it's not your fault, but I accept your apology. or you were thrown in.
Correct. I was told 10 minutes before I got here that I was handling everything.
That's what I thought. It's been a week, that's for sure. Okay, on the record in the matters of the people of the state of Michigan versus Brent Dennis, 25-00004 and 25-00038. Council appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. APA Bart Buxton on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
And thank you, Your Honor, and good afternoon. Jared Austin appearing on behalf of Mr. Dennis. He is present with me at council table.
Today's the date scheduled for preliminary examinations on both of these. One is an assault murder and the other is police officer assault and possession of narcotics. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. Dennis wishes to conduct one of his examinations.
Any preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor, we plan on, just for the record's sake, plan on moving forward first on 25-038-FY, the resisting and obstructing as well as the possession of narcotics, and then moving into the other case, the 25-004-FY, the A women assault.
Sounds good. By witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. People call Officer Rotundo on the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Please state your first and last name and spell both.
Sean, S-E-A-N, Rotuno, R-O-T-U-N-N-O.
You can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Rotundo, how are you employed?
City of Lansing Police Department,
How long have you been employed there?
4 years.
Were you working on January 6th of 2025?
Yes,
In what capacity?
as a police officer on road patrol.
Did you have an interaction with a Brent Dennis on that day?
Yes,
Is he here in the courtroom right now?
yes.
Could you please identify him by a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
Blue top button up.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Without objection.
Identification is noted.
Thank you. What started the interaction between you and the defendant?
We were called, me and another officer were dispatched to a security check on Vermont Street. There was based on the call dispatch information, there was a red vehicle, four-door small Ford car that was leaving that scene, or the residence in question, I guess, that we were being dispatched to. On the way there, the other officer located a car that matched that description and conducted a traffic stop.
When you say the other officer, who is that officer's name?
Officer Salinas.
So was Salinas then driving the vehicle or were you driving the vehicle?
Which?
Were you in separate vehicles?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So you then assisted Officer Salinas on the stop of this red vehicle?
Yes.
And was the defendant inside this red vehicle?
Yes.
What started the interaction? What happened when you approached the vehicle?
So Officer Salinas was already speaking with the driver. I approached and made contact with a female passenger.
Do you know if Mr. Dennis was ultimately arrested on that day?
Yes.
Did you perform a search of his person after the arrest?
Myself, as well as Officer Simmons and a third officer, also arrived on scene to conduct that search.
Who was that third officer?
Officer Newton.
Newton?
Newton, N-E-W-T-O-N.
Thank you. Was Mr. Brent compliant with your investigation?
No.
What was the issue?
So he didn't have an ID on him. He gave Officer Salinas a name that was not Brent Dennis. Officer Salinas gave the name that was provided to him to me, which I ran in lean based on the name that was given and the date of birth that was given. Based on the SOS picture that popped up with that given information, I did not believe that to be the driver of the vehicle, Mr. Dennis.
Was there any identification found on Mr. Dennis?
Yes, after he was placed in handcuffs and searched, I did locate a social security card in his wallet with the name Brent Michael Dennis on it.
Was the defendant disruptive in the investigation? Any additional matters?
Yes, so again, like I said, I did not believe that the information provided was in fact the driver of the vehicle. So we asked him to step out of the vehicle to further conduct our investigatory search. Again, as we did not believe that he is who he said he was. At that time, when we asked him to step out of the vehicle, he said that he was suicidal and that he wanted to smoke a cigarette and that he would rather be dead. We opened the door, and he tried to retreat back into the car, essentially refusing to come out, and we essentially fought with him to get him out of the car and place him in handcuffs.
So you and the other officers that were present on scene, were you all working in your capacity as police officers?
Yes.
Were you in police uniform?
Yes.
You had stated that you arrived on scene on vehicles. Were those patrol vehicles that were marked as the Lansing Police Department?
Yes.
Were you eventually able to get Mr. Dennis out of the vehicle?
Yes.
What happened next?
So after we pulled him out of the vehicle, handcuffed him, we got him to a seat and started conducting that search. During the search, he told us to. During the search, he had told us to be careful because he had needles and ice on him.
Based off of your 4 years of experience as being a patrol officer, what do you believe ice to be?
I believed it to be methamphetamine.
Was any suspected methamphetamine found on Mr. Dennis?
So there was a syringe located on him that was about 3/4 full that I ultimately Narcan, or True Narc, I should say, which tested positive for amphetamine.
Is that True Narc done on scene?
No, it was done in our evidence supply room at Arlington Police Headquarters.
One second, Your Honor, I apologize. Did you end up weighing that? And I apologize. What did it test positive for on the True Narc?
Amphetamine.
Amphetamine, thank you. Did you end up weighing that syringe?
I don't believe so. It was a syringe that was about 3/4 full, but I did not, I weighed it.
Fair to say it would have weighed less than 25 grams?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing additional, thank you.
Prosecutor.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon, sir.
So you were essentially dispatched and you were looking for a particular vehicle because of a call for service that had been received. Is that essentially correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you were given a description of a red vehicle, I believe a small Ford. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else beyond that description, like a license plate number of occupants of the vehicle, anything like that?
There was, as far as no license plate, there was one occupant was described as a white male. They said there was a second occupant, but there was no description provided for the second occupant.
And was there a description as to where you would be looking for this vehicle or where this vehicle was traveling?
Yep, so the address was on Vermont Street and the vehicle had left prior to our police arrival, obviously. But it was heading southbound Vermont as it left the residence as we were being dispatched to the call.
And where approximately did you catch up to the vehicle that eventually was stopped?
So the vehicle was stopped just east of North Pennsylvania Avenue on East Cesar Chavez.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the direction that you were told the vehicle was traveling?
That would be consistent.
And you know approximately how far away from the particular area or residence on Vermont Street that would have been?
Approximately, I would say a mile.
And was there anything erratic in how the vehicle was driving? Were they driving erratically, excessively speeding, anything like that?
So I can't tell you that because I did not make the initial traffic stop.
Okay. And you know approximately how long from the time that you were dispatched to the time that you arrived on the scene?
From the time we were just less than 5 minutes, but I honestly am not certain.
Sure. So, but probably a few minutes as an approximation.
Yes.
And the person that you identified as Mr. Dennis, you said that he had stated that he was suicidal. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he actually said that multiple times. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you so noted that report.
Yes.
And other than that, and those statements, how could you give us some further descriptions as to this demeanor?
Yeah, so he was, answered our questions for the most part up until the point where we had asked him to get out of the car again, which was explained because we didn't believe that he was who he said he was. For the most part, pretty cooperative is how I would describe it.
Did he appear upset? Did he appear emotional? Did he appear angry? Something else?
Again, prior to us asking him to step out of the car, I don't recall any of that being an emotional concern as far as overly emotional or upset or angry or anything else.
And once he was asked to step out of the car and you said he did not comply with that, how would you describe his demeanor then? Was he angry? Was he emotional? Was he something else?
Then I would say, yes, he got more upset again. That's when he made the suicidal statements and that he would rather die. I'd say, yeah, more upset more than angry. Would probably be the best way to describe that.
Okay. And have you had interactions with people going through certain types of mental health episodes or mental health crises?
Yes.
Would you say Mr. Dennis's demeanor after he was asked to step out of the vehicle was consistent or inconsistent with that?
Hard to say. I can't speak to how each individual feels based on their reactions, and I've seen people make statements and react and have very different emotions despite what they're saying. So I can't speak to that.
Sure. And so you were on scene, I believe, officer, is it Salinas?
Salinas. Yeah.
Salinas. And I think you mentioned, was it an Officer Newton?
Yes, he showed up after we had just placed Mr. Dennis into handcuffs.
And so prior, when Mr. Dennis was placed in handcuffs, it was just you and Officer Salinas?
Yes.
And eventually, Mr. Dennis was forcibly extracted from the vehicle. Would that be a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. And was that by you or Officer Salinas or a combination of the two?
Combination.
And describe that. How did that occur?
So, like I said, we asked him to step out of the vehicle. We made the suicidal statements. At that point, the door was opened, and when we opened the door, he had put his left foot out of the vehicle, but used that left foot to try to use it as leverage and kind of retreat back into the vehicle. And then he kept his hands close to his body where we couldn't grab his arms, or it made it much more difficult to try and gain physical control of him. Eventually, we were able to kind of create some room where we could start to pull him out of the vehicle. His seatbelt was still on, so then I had to crawl into the vehicle to release the seatbelt so we could physically remove him from the vehicle and place him on the ground.
And there was someone else in the vehicle. Is that correct?
So to the best of my recollection, I believe that the passenger got out of the vehicle when the physical altercation started. Now, I don't remember 100% only because, again, we were dealing with the physical altercation. But I do remember they got out of the vehicle quickly, or were out of the vehicle there after the fact, I should say.
And I believe you said the reason or the purpose for stopping the vehicle was based upon a call you received, so you could do some type of investigation as related to that vehicle or the occupants in that vehicle. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. What essentially was the nature of that investigation? What were you doing or what were you looking for? Or did you know?
So it was, again, a security check was how dispatch labeled the call. I believe the caller was a neighbor who said that they had contact with the landlord who had previously evicted the tenants that were living there. Not sure who the tenants are and don't have knowledge regarding that. But someone was at the residence, i.e. the car that was in the drive based on our call information. And the landlord told the neighbor that no one was supposed to be there. So the neighbor had been the original caller stating someone is at this residence and there was no one supposed to be there.
So essentially a trespass?
I don't have the back
Okay.
story or information to establish what the crime may or may not have been. Again, as far as that, it was potentially yes, but
And then so the reason then for the stop was to pull over the vehicle and detain the occupants in the vehicle and question them about that or the residents on Vermont Street?
yes.
And did you ever do that or attempt to do that on this particular stuff?
So I did speak to the female passenger, like I said, when I approached. She said that they had just dropped, if I remember correctly, just dropped the driver's brother off at a house to work on a motorhome. I asked her where it was. She did not know the address. She didn't give me the brother's name of who that was or what this. Didn't give me the brother's name and didn't give me the address of where they had just dropped him off. So, go ahead.
Were you finished?
Yes.
Okay. So did either that person or Mr. Dennis say that they had just left the residence on Vermont Street?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Objection, did you want to respond to that?
Well, you're not offering for the truth of the matter, sir. I think it would go to the effect that it had on the officer as the listener of that as to what he's investigating or if there is something there to investigate. So I think it's to explain his subsequent actions.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Did either of the occupants of the vehicle, Mr. Dennis or the other person, admit to leaving a residence on Vermont Street?
Not specifically. She, like I said, they admitted to just being at a residence to dropping the brother off, but she did not know where that residence was. So there was nothing to confirm or deny essentially that residence was on Vermont Street.
Okay. And you did not witness the vehicle commit any type of traffic infractions or civil infractions, is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. And was Mr. Dennis taken straight into custody at the lockup after this?
No, he went to the hospital.
Which hospital?
Farrow Hospital.
Was that because of the suicidal statements?
Yes, it was.
You know if any type of PRT was done or petition because of that?
Yes, it was. I can tell you I did not fill it out. I do not recall which officer, because again, there were two other ones there that completed that.
All the questions I have. Thank you.
No problem. Let me redirect.
Brief redirect, Your Honor. You had mentioned on cross that the stop happened East Caesar Street. Was that in the city of Lansing,
Yes.
Ingham County, state of Michigan?
Yes.
On cross, you had also mentioned that you have dealt with individuals who were suicidal in the past.
Yes.
What's the typical procedure in regards to those individuals?
simply to get them, if they are suicidal and they make suicidal claims, to get them to the hospital or CMH or someplace where we can petition them for a mental health examination.
Understood, thank you. Nothing additional, Your Honor.
Okay. This officer may be excused. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Off the record, I just have a bunch of Ingham County Jail people that have a 130 docket. Let's see, who's supposed to be in post 8? Mr. Milks, who are you looking for?
Air conditioning.
Not in here. Not in here.
I have some PCCs, Your Honor.
Yeah, I know, I have a bunch of people on here.
Okay.
Post 8? Oh, no, I'm talking about this. Okay, so post 2 is who? Oh, there's 2 posts, actually, it's post 2 different visit rooms. I thought you all just renamed them. I don't know what list they sent you all. Okay, who's in post 2, visit 8? What's your name, sir? We can't hear you, can you repeat?
Kenneth Boyd.
Who's in post 2, visit 8? What's your name, sir? We can't hear you.
Keyshawn Foreman.
I'm only speaking to people in jail right now. So if you're not in jail, do not respond, because my question was who was in post 2, visit 8? I need you to stand up, sir, because it's not picking up your voice. Okay. Can you give me your name again? You might need to get a deputy to come assist because it's not picking up your name. I can't hear you. Say something? Who's Kenneth Boyd? Not on my docket. Who's in visit 3, sir? What's your name?
Yogi Mouse.
I can't hear anybody in visit 8. Okay, who was in visit 7?
Shaveco.
Did you catch that? I can't hear you. Shaveco? Yeah. Okay, who was in visit 9? I can't hear anybody in visit 9. Who's in visit 3?
Yogi Mouse.
Googie Mouse. Got it. So post 8 and post 9, we can't hear anybody. Repeat that, sir.
You hear me now?
Spell your last name, sir.
K-E-N-D-A.
Kendall, Joshua Kendall.
Yeah.
Did that and voila. Beautiful.
Thank you. What's that inmate's name?
I'm McCann. Excuse me, Your Honor, is there anybody else that needs to be fixed on their mutes or we good?
Nope, I think we got everyone now. Thank you. That's Mr. McCann.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I don't think I have any public defenders in here. And I don't think anyone emailed us that they were continuing. What, Kenneth?
Kristen said he was continuing. James Callahan.
Yeah, I saw Mr. Callahan on there, Your Honor. He's out of custody. That's going to be a continuation.
Mr. Callahan? You're muted.
Who?
Mr. Callahan?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, your attorney said that we're continuing to your exam, so we'll see you next week in person.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Milks left.
What? No, he's here.
Mr. Milks, you're representing Keyshawn Foreman.
Yes.
Do you need to speak with him?
No, we spoke. I spoke with the prosecutor. We are leaving it on at this time, Your Honor, or no?
Okay, you're all set.
Okay.
Mr. Foreman, you're free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Who was Kenneth Boyd here? Mr. Boyd, can you unmute your device?
Judge Simmons.
Yes.
This is Andrea Lacey. I'm an APA for Shiawassee County. Mr. Boyd is here with Amy Husidis, his public defender, for a PCC this morning on a specially assigned case.
It's not on my docket.
It will be.
I don't have a file or anything.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Who's representing Mr. McCann? Ms. Schroeder. Have we seen her?
She's down with Judge Ward.
Okay. I'm assuming we did not get anything. Okay, Mr. McCann, I'm gonna put you in a private meeting room until your attorney comes, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, okay.
And then Bergamos is waiting for Miss Donnelly. I've seen her in the building, but
She was just.
so I need to file and figure out how to set it. But it won't let me, my computer won't let me do anything. It's trying to act like I'm not logged in.
All rise.
You can be seated.
Donald's coming.
Ms. Donnelly. Good afternoon. You have Bigamus.
I have Gullage and Kendall.
Bigamus is on the Zoom. Did you need to be with her?
Can I do both of them?
I'm assuming. Okay, let's see. Let's see, we already have Bigamus.
2-8 is.
I'm gonna move him to room 2, and then you need to meet with Kendall as well. Move Kendall to room 3, and then we'll put you in one room at a time. There was supposed to be an interpreter on 1. That's the HE case. It's not until 2:30. Not exactly sure where they have him on yet. Got it. Okay, let's see. That's the state of Michigan versus Kenneth Boyd, 25ST0074. Council appearance, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Andrea Lacy appearing on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Amy Houston, P51928, appearing on behalf of Kenneth Boyd. I'm with the Shiawassee County Public Defender's Office.
Okay, I called this probable cause conference because I previously requested some information about approximately how many witnesses was needed for exam. This matter, I cleared my entire docket here, and to accommodate going down to the 60, what district court is this in?
66.
66 District Court. I wasn't notified until the morning of that there was no electricity due to a storm that had happened days prior, so I probably should have been noticed a little bit earlier. I'm not clearing my docket anymore, so I need to know how many hours or how long this exam is going to take.
All right, the people anticipate 3 witnesses. I don't anticipate it taking longer than 2 hours, but I'm not sure.
Is the defense anticipating calling witnesses?
Your Honor, I do not anticipate calling witnesses, but I would agree with Ms. Lacy that it probably should not take over 2 hours.
Okay. Thank you, that's helpful. Okay. Let's get a date where I can clear just the morning, yes. So, oh, we must not have LT that means I know we're not on arraignment. What's on that? It's a LT day. Oh, they haven't scheduled LT yet. Well, we can't, we're actually not gonna say that LT. She's not gonna let us block LT. July 1st. July 1st. Does July 1st work? At what time?
9:30.
9:30?
That would work for the defense, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, July 1st at 9:30 will be the date for the exam. Any additional
you.
matters for today? No problem.
No, Your Honor.
Anything for you from the public defender?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're all set.
Thank you. Kenneth, go ahead and sign off, Kenneth.
I can assist him. I'm sorry? Who's out there? I need Schroeder. Ms. Donnelly should be meeting with someone. I thought. So I just need, is Schroeder out there?
She walked down the hall. Mills is here.
Schroeder is supposed to be here for McCann. Is she going to speak to her client or something? Okay, well, no worries. They don't. We're gonna move on. Back on the record for Dennis. Any other witnesses?
No additional witnesses, Your Honor.
We'll rely on the evidence presented, Your Honor. Thank you.
You can make argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. In this case, Brent Dennis was charged with 2 counts, Your Honor. One of those being a resisting and obstructing a police officer, with count 2 being possession of a controlled substance, specifically narcotics less than 25 grams. We believe that we have met both of the elements to both counts, and we ask that you bind over of the charges in the complaint. When looking at the jury instructions, the jury instruction for resisting obstructing is 13.1. There are 3 elements to the charge. The first, that the defendant assaulted, battered, wounded, resisted, obstructed, opposed, or endangered the officer, Officer Rotuno, who was a police officer. The second is that the defendant knew or had reason to know that Officer Rotuno was a police officer performing his duties at the time. And the third is that Officer Rotuno gave the defendant a lawful command, was making a lawful arrest, or was otherwise performing a lawful act. You heard from Officer Rotuno today that back in January 6th of 2025, he was a police officer. He was on road patrol at that time with other police officers as well. He was in uniform. He was in a vehicle that was marked as a patrol vehicle. And they did stop Mr. Dennis in regards to a potential trespass security issue. They ultimately confronted him, and when talking to him, he given a false name based off the investigation that they had conducted. After that false name was given, they looked him up and found that it was a false name. They called him and said they wanted to talk to him out of the car to get some additional information. And it was at that point in time, Your Honor, that you heard Mr. Dennis made suicidal statements. At that point in time, Your Honor, the officer does have a lawful duty at that point in time. As you heard, he does have to assist with individuals with suicidal ideations and has to get them to the hospital. So at that point in time, they reached into the vehicle and attempted to perform their lawful duties of making sure that he had received some kind of mental treatment. However, you heard the defendant resisted and opposed. He was backing off into the vehicle. He was wrestling them inside of the vehicle. And he had to ultimately be dragged out of the vehicle and was put in handcuffs. So we believe that we have met the elements for resisting obstructing an officer based off the testimony given. In regards to count 2, the unlawful possession of a controlled substance, specifically a narcotic less than 25 grams, the elements in that case are 3. The first, that the defendant possessed a controlled substance, in this case amphetamines. The second, that the defendant knew that he possessed a controlled substance. And the third, that the substance possessed
the substance possessed weighed less than 25 grams. You heard from Officer Rotuno that during the search of the defendant made statements saying that be careful of the needles and the ice. As you heard from Officer Rotuno, he's been an officer for about 4 years, and based off of his training and experience as an officer for those 4 years, he knew ice to be a controlled substance. So the defendant clearly knew. Officer then found a syringe with a substance inside that he did true narc, and it did come back as positive for amphetamines, which is a narcotic, Your Honor. So I believe that we have met the elements on both of these counts, and we ask that you bind over on the charges in the complaint. Thank you.
Mr. Austin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I understand the burden at this stage is probable cause, which is a relatively low burden. Nonetheless, it is a burden that people must meet. Nevertheless, Your Honor, I am opposing the bind over, and I'd ask the court not bind over on the counts presented. And just as an additional note, Your Honor, working backwards here chronologically, these two charges only originate from the stop of the vehicle. And for that, there has to be reasonable articulable suspicion of criminal activity. Certainly, there was no traffic infractions or anything of that sort witnessed that would justify the stop of the vehicle, the officer testified to. And I'm not convinced what little information that the officer had at the point the vehicle was stopped would rise to that standard of reasonable articulable suspicion of criminal activity. And I would ask the court to consider that and granting the defense motion to not bind over on these counts as well. Thank you.
Okay. Today was the date scheduled for a preliminary examination. The burden is on the prosecutor to establish sufficient probable cause that a felony was committed, and then sufficient probable cause to charge you, Mr. Dennis, as the individual who committed the felonies. This is not a trial. They don't have to prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. They only need to provide more than mere suspicion that the alleged allegations took place. We had testimony today from one officer, that's Officer Sharonda. He testified that on the date and time in question at the area at or near, or he said he was at or near South on Vermont, but incident ultimately taking place at or near East Chavez in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, that he and another officer were responding to a dispatch for a security check on Vermont. And that the information provided was that there was a 4-door small red car leaving the residence that was in question. Officer testified that on the way there, he and another officer who was driving in a separate vehicle, it's my understanding, Officer Salinas, located a vehicle that was matching the description. Officer Salinas must have executed the traffic stop. Officer Rotuno assisting when he arrives, that the defendant allegedly gave a false name to the officer, and that based on some suicidal ideations or statements that was made, the officers were proceeding to take the defendant into custody to get, I suppose, some medical or mental health care. And that during that attempt that the defendant became combative, tried to retreat back into the vehicle, and ended up engaging into a fight with the officers in order to get the defendant into custody. Once the defendant was secured, the officers did a search consistent with the policy and located a syringe which contained a substance that True Narc tested for methamphetamine. The prosecution has also already gone over the elements of resist, obstruct, or oppose. The defense is arguing that he doesn't believe that there's sufficient information on the record to establish even a lawful right to make the stop. Is that your concern?
Yes, Ron.
Okay. I would tend to disagree. There was a dispatch that indicated that there was a need for a security check for a residence and that someone was leaving the area. The officer did testify of having some knowledge, although not relatively clear, that there might have been a recent eviction, but that the property may or should have been vacant, but that no one should have been in the property in question. And the officer testified quite candidly that I think the cross-exam question was, were you investigating the trespass or the crime of trespass? And he said, I don't know what it was at this point because I had not had an opportunity to engage in investigation before the situation changed, because now the defendant is allegedly threatening suicide or suicidal attempt. And so their attention is shifted. And so he testified that in trying to perform their duties in their fully marked uniforms and fully marked police vehicles, and they are doing and performing their essential functions as police officers, when they're now trying to address, after a lawful stop for an investigation, that someone might need some mental health treatment, that there was some resistance causing the officers to have to employ some deploy some force to bring the defendant in custody. We're satisfied that there's sufficient probable cause as to count 1, police officer assault, resist, obstruct. That will be bound over to the circuit court. Count 2, controlled substance possession, that being charged based on the statements by Officer Rotano, that there was a syringe located that TrueNarc tested positive for methamphetamine, and that the defendant made utterances, at least during the arrest, that led them to the understanding that there was a needle with some ice, and that based on his experience as an officer, ice is a word used to describe narcotics. The court is satisfied as to sufficient probable cause as to count 2. The entire complaint as charged will be bound over to the circuit court. The bind over date is going to be May 14th, and Mr. Dennis will not be required to appear in the circuit court on that date unless for some reason his attorney wants him rearranged and files a motion for that purpose. His next court date will then be a pretrial in circuit court. Do you have any questions today for the court on this file, Mr. Dennis? What are we doing with the other file?
We are ready to proceed at this time, Your Honor. I'm not sure if we want to handle more PCCs before that, however.
Well, I would love to handle the PCCs, but I don't have any defense attorneys, so.
I do see a couple in.
Oh, Ms. Donnelly, you spoke to both of your people?
Yes, we're leaving them on for tomorrow's exam, and I don't have any issues with bond, so I didn't have anyone.
Okay, I will not go on the record. Let me just bring your people back
I
here.
just wanted to give them the offer, so I appreciate it. You have.
You had Kendall?
Yes, and Google.
And Google Miss. I'm sorry?
The milk should be getting on to.
Milks is gonna log in and speak to whom?
Finley, the DOC.
MDOC Finley? Well,
Yes.
Okay, let's see, Mr. Google Miss, you're all set. Your attorney said you're continuing to your exam next week. And Mr. Kendall, you're all set. Your attorney said you're continuing to your exam next week.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge. Sorry,
You're fine.
I have a PCC scheduled with you at 2:30 for Michael Potts. I anticipate he'll appear on Zoom. The issue is I'm scheduled to start a preliminary exam right now, Judge Flores. So I wanted to let you know that I have met with Mr. Botts. We're leaving it set for prelim. He's checked in pretrial services. I represent him on another file that's already up the circuit court.
Okay, so he's continuing, no need to go on the record.
That's correct,
Well,
Judge. He's probably gonna log in. I talked to him yesterday again. He's probably gonna log in because I can't get in touch with him today.
No problem.
But I'm scheduled on Judge Flores.
Thank you. I didn't see your name on my document.
I think our appearance got filed late, so it hasn't been updated with the court.
Thank you for the update. Okay, I see a D Richardson.
Schroeder.
That's Schroeder's. She meeting with somebody?
Prosecutor Lawton's tracking her down right now.
Oh, okay, sounds good. Sharonda has McCann as well. She didn't meet with McCann either.
She hasn't logged in.
Okay, sounds good. Let's see. All right, well, who's this? William Weiss.
Richardson.
He says, yeah. Mr. Weiss? Weissy?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, your attorney, your client is gonna log in separately, is that correct?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, he is here in the office, but he has a bond condition to avoid all internet use. I'd be happy to call him up with your permission to this part of the office.
Only if you need to go on the record, this was a probable cause conference. Did you receive an offer from the prosecutor?
I've had no conversations with the prosecuting attorney as of yet.
Probably because we don't have yet an appearance for you. Okay, was there an offer for him?
I do have an offer that I can give on the record, Your Honor.
Okay, the prosecutor is going to give you the offer now.
So the offer that I have is for 1 count of CSAM, and we would dismiss the other 2 charges.
Okay. We have potential statute of limitations issues and potential issues pertaining to concurrent federal prosecution. I don't see the need to run an exam based upon what I know now. Can we leave the exam on without witnesses so that I can vet the statute of limitations issue?
I can treat next week as another probable cause conference.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'll make sure to write that down.
Any other matters that we want to address today?
Not for the people, Your Honor.
Not on this one, Your Honor. Thank you both very much. Have a good day over there.
Thank you. Have a good one. We have an interpreter here now. Which one?
It's for shoulder. It's for Lauriano.
Who's the attorney?
Shoulder.
Oh, of course. Okay, I see Mr. Castillo is here. We're just looking for the defense attorney.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And the matter of the state of Michigan versus Richardson, 25-01195. Appearance, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jennifer Lawton on behalf of the people. And good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Mr. Richardson. I am here in the courtroom. Mr. Richardson joins us via the Zoom application.
Okay, Mr. Richardson has a exam scheduled next week, the 8th, at 9 a.m. I just remembered that we're not here. I didn't even find good cause for anything yet. Did I just continue for something? Because everything for next week has to find good cause. We're not here. I put on for exam. Oh. Okay, let's see. Did we just, the other ones were all in custody? Did I just do?
Not Callahan or
Callahan and who?
Foreman.
Mr. Melks,
Yes.
my apologies. I was supposed to find good cause to push your client's matter out. Foreman
Oh,
for next week.
okay. I can give a call.
Only DeLuca will be here. He can't do everyone's.
Okay.
So I'll note in the file that we had to find good cause and we'll get you a new date.
I'll call my client, let him know.
Thank you.
We can do June 26th at 9.
June 26th at 9. Is that for Callahan too? Callahan as well.
There's a new date for Mr. Callahan?
Yes, we can't hold any out of custody exams next week.
Okay. Good to know what's the new date for that?
June 26th at 9. Okay, there we go. Okay, sorry about that, Peg. I just thought about, I was like, oh, the 8th, that's not good. Okay.
It's been a day.
Back on the right. Well, we haven't been off the bench since we got on here.
I've been here. Appreciate that. I have not stopped since getting your date, so I
Okay,
can understand.
let's see, Mr. Richardson has a exam scheduled for the 8th, which we know is not going to go on the 8th. But are we continuing to exam?
Your Honor, this was going to be a request for an adjournment anyway, because we are still waiting on some additional discovery. So I think if the court is also inclined to adjourn, that would give us sufficient time to then get the information that we need. And then, yes, it will be a continuation.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so Mr. Richardson, you're muted. If you want to unmute, please. Okay, you have the right to have a preliminary examination within 21 days of the date that you were arraigned. So you were arraigned on April 22nd, and your exam is currently scheduled for May 8th at 9 a.m. But due to the court's inability to proceed on May 8th, I have to find good cause to go beyond that date, which sounds like there's still some ongoing discovery anyways, and that'll give time to flush out those evidentiary issues as well. So I'm going to go beyond the 21 days and reset this, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
June 26th at 9:30. That works for counsel?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Just to confirm, June 26th, 9:30?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have any questions for the court today, Mr. Richardson?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any additional matters for the record?
Nothing else from the people. Thank you.
We're all set. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Everybody else is in custody though, correct? I think.
So Michael, we'll just give him.
Oh, we'll give, if he appears, Michael Botts, the same date? Is it the same date?
Well, that one's just.
Botts? That's the one that, Michael Botts is the one that Mr. Palmer said might appear and he wants to continue.
Okay, yeah, we'll do the same date.
If you can print the date, we'll just give Mr. Palmer the notice, and I'll have to find good cause.
Okay.
Are we finding good cause to adjourn Bots then?
Bots as well, correct. All the non in custody.
What date is that being set for?
I think the same date, June 26th.
Okay, perfect.
At
Thank
what
you.
time?
9:30.
9:30. Okay, I think your other people might be in. Mr. Richardson, you're free to go.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
You're welcome. I gotta bring these other people. Who's on Finley?
Mr. Corey Smith is here. Male person.
Mr. who?
Smith. Corey Smith.
Oh, okay. That's Mr. Noakes as well.
Yes.
Is he meeting with them? Okay, Shaveco, please, no. He can't speak English, okay.
I'm the interpreter for Shaveco.
If you tell him to stand up and move so the lights come on.
Señor Shaveco, muévase para que se prendan las luces, por favor.
I can see it motion, but it didn't turn the light on.
Dice que
Tell him to
se
move some
movió.
more.
Muévete más, Shaveco, por favor. Muévete para que se prenda la luz.
What they do with these lights? Okay.
There we are.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. On the record, in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Lauriano Shaveco, 18-00440, Councilor Terrence.
Dice que estamos en la materia del Lauriano Shaveco. El número del acto es 1800440.
Is that an AG case?
It
Yes,
is
it
in
is,
our
Your
file.
Yeah. Oh, we're early. That's why the AG's not here. We have to wait for the AG to get here on that one.
Okay.
Okay, that, yeah, okay, sounds good. Okay, off the record on that one. How come everybody is here early except for the AG then?
I guess my only thought on that one, Your Honor, if I may, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Brian.
On Cerveco, it's gonna just be a request to leave on, because we don't have any discovery yet or anything from the AG. It's a child support case.
Okay, I was just wondering, just because it's up at 2:30, but we have an interpreter here early too, and the jail, so they got some information that the AG didn't.
I think, yeah.
Okay, okay, so it's gonna be a request to,
Leave on at this time. It may even end up, I don't know on discovery. I'm
okay, so
very
no
confused.
discovery, we'll continue to next week, and then Judge DeLuca can adjust the timeline if necessary.
Very good.
Okay, thank you. Can you let him know that we'll continue to his date next week, that his attorney's waiting for discovery?
Ok, mira, Shaveco, van a esperar la próxima semana porque están abogando que tu abogado le manden los documentos de descubrimiento. ¿Está bien? Todavía no los tiene. Entonces se va a posponer la audiencia para la próxima semana.
Okay.
Oh, ok.
Thank you, he's free to go.
Ya te puedo decir gracias, Shaveco. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, and then I have, you said Donnelly was on Finley?
Yes.
Or Milks?
Milks is on.
Mr. Milks, did you need to meet with Finley?
We already spoke, Your Honor. We need to, we're asking to go on the record.
Okay, that's fine. And McManus is yours, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, and that is Mr. McManus.
On the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Shamus McMahon, is that what it is, McManus? No, it's Shamus McMahon, not McManus. 20-01126, appearance, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. APA Bart Buxton on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Mr. McCain. I apologize earlier for butchering his name.
I did.
Who is appearing by Polycom from us.
Okay, Mr. McCann has a possession of analogs, and there's a domestic violence. It's scheduled for exam, I believe, this week on 8th. Are we continuing?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, that would be the request. I need to follow up prosecutor regarding any offers on this as well. Thank you. But we do have discovery. About 30th, so yesterday, I got an offer on this file, thank you, yesterday, that I just have not had a chance to get in custody to review with Mr. McCain. So I need the additional time to do that, but we will be ready to run if we decide to.
Okay, I'll note here that he's continuing to exam. It looks like he also has a PA 53 violation hearing scheduled.
Yes, Your Honor,
It's scheduled for the 8th as well.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
All right, sounds good. Any additional matters for the record?
Not for the people, Your Honor.
Not for the defense, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all set, Mr. McCann. Okay. Thank you. You're free to go, Mr. McCann.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the matter of the state of Michigan versus Terrence Finley, 23-00746. Appearance, please.
Nicole Matusco on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephen Milks on behalf of Mr. Finley. Mr. Finley is appearing from MDOC at this time via Polycom.
Mr. Finley is scheduled for preliminary examination on ID theft. It's scheduled for May 8th at 9 a.m. Are we going to continue to exam?
Your Honor, was the people's position to continue to exam?
And I would like to be heard on that, Your Honor.
Heard on continuing to exam? Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, having spoke with my client, understanding he is in MDOC and that there is a 180-day rule specific to people within a state prison, my client is asking at this time to waive the right to a court or to having his preliminary exam within 21 days. He would like to set it out for a little ways, Your Honor. He is having some mental health issues right now, and he's indicated that he's having some trouble just kind of focusing right now, just based on some of these things he's facing. It's my understanding, based on my reading of the case law involved, Your Honor, that the people are acting in good faith here, still trying to bring everything within 180 days because it is us who is requesting this adjournment, Your Honor. And I can inquire with my client as well, but because it's us asking for this adjournment, Your Honor, that's not going to be counted against the prosecutor who has to bring my client to trial within 180 days, or at least prep for trial. So I can inquire with my client if that's okay with you.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Finley, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, I'm just going to ask you a few questions real quick, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you and I did have an opportunity to speak, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you did ask me to request that we adjourn or reschedule the preliminary examination for next week. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now, without going into detail, you've indicated that there are some mental health issues you're facing right now, and you don't feel adequately prepared to help in your defense. Is that also fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do have a right to be brought to trial within 180 days, and you understand that that adjournment or this adjournment may push you beyond that 80 days. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's still your wish to adjourn the preliminary examination for next week. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Matusco. Your Honor, like I said, it's his request. This is unusual, but.
Good. Okay, well, I find the waiver of the timeline from him to be voluntary, so it will count against the defense and not against the prosecution. The 108-day rule will have this matter reset for a preliminary examination. June 27th at 8:30. June 27th at 8:30. Does that work, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. June 27th.
Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing on behalf of people. Thank you.
Nothing on behalf of the defense. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set. Thank you, Mr. Finley.
Thank you. Did you say June 27th?
That's correct, at 8:30.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's see. And then who was the other party that was here? Corey Smith. We're going on the record on that one as well.
If I can just briefly talk to the prosecutor, Your Honor.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Bagel. How are you?
Very good, Judge. Just hang on. He's waiting for me.
I'm just reading these comments. They're so funny. It's so funny how people screw they know what's going on.
Right there with you.
Okay, Mr. Milks,
Yes, sir.
you said you want to go on the record on Smith?
Yes, well, I think the court may want to as well.
Okay, on the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Corey Smith, 25-01207, appearance, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. APA Burt Buxton on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephen Milks on behalf of Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith is present and standing by elect at this time.
Okay, Mr. Smith is scheduled for a preliminary examination on May 8th at 9:30. There was also a bond violation that he was arraigned on that was scheduled on May 8th. And we are going to continue to run the exam at this time.
At this time, Your Honor, we would like to leave it on for the examination. The people have extended an offer at this point, which I've conveyed to my client, but we would like to leave it on. If anything changes, we will be in contact with the prosecutor's office.
Okay, Mr. Smith, May 8th is not a date that works for the court. So you have the right to have your preliminary examination within 21 days unless the court finds good cause or you waive the 21 days. Due to the unavailability of the court, I'm going to find good cause to go beyond the 21 days and reset your preliminary examination. It'll also reset your PA 53, okay? Do you have any questions?
No.
June 26th at 9:30. June 26th at 9:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. Any additional matters for the record?
Not from the people, Your Honor.
The contempt hearing is also moved to that date. Yes.
That's correct.
Nothing further from the defense. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set. Fine, we'll continue. We'll get him a new notice to appear. Okay, I think, is that everything that you're supposed to have?
Go ahead. Did we do Finley?
No, Finley, that was supposed to be.
Oh, yes.
I was gonna say that was supposed to be Finley. Who was the,
I think that is it then.
child support was Shaveco, but we didn't see the AG. I think that's everybody, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, sounds good. And we're going to run another exam at this time.
Correct, Your Honor.
I think I need about 5 minutes. I need some more. you see her? AAG Burke. Mr. Burke, can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
No problem. You were on the matter with Shaveco, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so for whatever reason, the jail put him on at 2 o'clock, and then the interpreter was actually here as well at 2. But I was notified that there might still be some discovery issue or exchanging. So this matter, I just noted, will continue till next week. And if the timeline needs to be addressed, you can do so next week.
Okay, no problem. Let me take a look at my notes really quick, Judge, please. Judge, I have 2 questions for you. Can you tell me what the bond is in this case?
Our bond is $4,728 cash only.
All right, thank you very much. And then, so the probable cause conference is adjourned to next week?
I can note to treat next week as another probable cause conference, yes. But the timeline has not been addressed, so it would have to be addressed next week if we're going to run an exam.
Okay, so May 8th at, should we log on at 2 o'clock then next week, Your Honor, or 2:30?
I think it's scheduled at 9:30. I have May 8th at 9:30.
Okay, very good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Same to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Box?
Yes. Oh, I'm so happy. I apologize. I'm so happy that I got this to work right because I am not like really functional with this. So yes, Mr. Bob, I'm here.
No problem. Your attorney did let us know that he has spoken with you and that you're going to continue to your exam. However, your exam has to be moved into because we are not available to hold your exam next week. So it's going to be moved to June 26th.
Yeah, at 9:30.
June 26th at 9:30.
All right, wait, hold on 1 second. Let me reach over here and get a pen because it was scheduled for the 8th, right?
That's correct.
All right, and now you're saying it's scheduled for what, June?
It'll be June 26th at 9 a.m.
June 26th.
I'm sorry, 9:30. It's at 9:30 in the morning.
9:30 in the morning. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you.
No problem. Your attorney is in the courtroom next door, but he'll give you a call, okay?
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all set. Back on the record, this is the state of Michigan versus Brent Dennis in 25-00004. Are we ready to proceed on this, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. The people are ready to proceed.
We are as well.
Any preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor. We only plan on calling one witness who's already here in the court.
Given that, Your Honor, frustration is an issue, so I have nothing further to address.
You can call witnesses.
Right, people will call Kristen house listing.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? Thank you. You can have a seat. Okay, there is a microphone in front of you. The purpose of that microphone is so that the recording system can pick up what you're saying, but it does not amplify your voice. I need your responses to be loud and clear. You must answer yes or no to yes or no questions. You can't do head shakes, nods, or mhm and uhs, okay? If there is an objection, you will stop speaking immediately. I'll make a ruling on that objection, and then I'll tell you if you could give us that answer or not. State your first and last name and spell both.
Kristen Haas, Krysten, Haas, Hause.
Proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Haas, do you know Brent Dennis? And how do you know Brent Dennis?
We share a father.
You said what?
We share a father.
So is it fair to say that you're half siblings then? I want to, is Mr. Dennis here in the courtroom right now?
Yes.
Could you please identify him by a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's there in the jail.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Without objection.
So noted.
Thank you. Ms. House, I want to take you back to December 17th of 2024. Where were you at the time?
Home.
Where is your home located?
505 South Pennsylvania Avenue.
Is that in the city of Lansing?
It is.
Ingham County?
That's right.
State of Michigan?
That's right.
Who was in the house with you on December 17th?
That would be myself, my child, Mr. Dennis, and two roommates that we had at the time. Would you like their names?
Yes.
John Cabello and Mandy Pipes.
Then how old is your daughter?
My daughter's 11.
Can you spell those names?
John Cabello, I think how it sounds, and then Mandy's last name is, I think, Pires.
I don't know how his last name sounds.
Cabello, he's Cabello.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Was there some sort of, how was Mr. Dennis acting on that day?
Erratic.
Please describe a little more what you mean by erratic. What was he doing to make you believe he was acting erratic?
He had started using drugs after a period of not using drugs, and it was very clear and good.
I don't know, Judge Elect Foundation as to how she knows he's using drugs. It's unclear what she's basing that on.
Your Honor, she stated that he was acting erratic and that she believed that he was acting erratic because of drug use. I can go further into the drug use if that's what the defense wishes to do.
Right, I think her statement said after a period of not using, it was clear that he was back on there. So I'm sustaining the objection, but he can get into that if he wants to lay foundation.
So thank you, Your Honor. Was Mr. Dennis using drugs to your knowledge?
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
He told me, and I saw it.
Do you know what drugs those were? Or what did he tell you those drugs were?
Methamphetamine, to my knowledge.
You said he was acting erratic. What behaviors was he exhibiting to make you believe he was acting erratic?
Talking nonsensically, very hyper, much more so than I had ever seen him before.
How were you feeling at the time?
Afraid.
What did you end up doing as a response to this behavior? Did you do anything? Did you call the police? Did you talk to someone else? Was there
before the incident that we're here about, or just in general as far as
around this time when he was acting erratic?
I didn't do anything in particular about his specific erratic, just in his general erratic behavior. No, other than express concerns to him about his drug use.
Understood. At some point, did a neighbor reach out to you? Do you remember?
Not that I recall.
Did Mr. Dennis's behavior become aggressive at some point in time? Please explain to the court what started that aggressive behavior.
Are you asking me to speak to like why he was angry?
If you know why he was angry or what he was doing, like you said he was acting aggressive. What did he start doing when you believed that he was aggressive? What made you think that he was aggressive?
I'm not really sure I understand exactly what you're asking me to describe.
So at one point, did he become more aggressive than just the agitation that you were like? Was there basically a leveling up or like a bump up in his behavior? Did it become more violent?
Just when the drug use started, to me. And then after that, it was pretty much saying just. That properly answers your question?
Did Mr. Dennis act violent or aggressive at any point in the night that made the police get called?
Absolutely.
Could you please explain to the court what started that?
So I'm not sure why he was so aggressive that particular evening. I could speculate if you like, but I probably shouldn't. So I can't say
No
why he was
speculation.
so- I can't say what event exactly sparked the anger that caused him to commit this particular crime that day.
So when you say crime, what do you mean by crime?
The stabbing of another human being.
So I want to go back then. What you mentioned a stabbing. Can you please explain the beginning of this interaction that resulted in a stab?
Sure, so he had come into my house and he lived next door at our father's house. He'd come over to my house. It was late. He was, like I said, acting erratically, definitely having some mental health issues, drug use, in combination with drug use. He was yelling, very angry, not really sure exactly what about. And then the commotion was heard. We were upstairs and the people I spoke of before, my two roommates, John and Amy, they were downstairs, heard commotion, came upstairs, and there's a curtain that hangs in between my living room and where a person would come from downstairs to get into my living room. And as Mr. Covello came through the curtain is when Mr. Dennis then went towards him, and that's when he stabbed him.
So then Mr. Dennis started this interaction and was being erratic inside of your living room?
Yes.
You had mentioned a stabbing.
Right.
How did he stab Mr. Covello?
So I didn't see him stab him. I didn't see the knife go in because, like I said, the curtain that kind of hangs there, I have sort of a square hallway. And they were in the hallway and I was still in the living room and when the fight and an altercation broke out. So I didn't witness the physical stabbing.
Did you, at any point in that night, did you ever see Mr. Dennis holding something that could have been used as a stabbing instrument?
Yes.
What was that?
Kitchen knives.
What kind of kitchen knives?
The kind you chop with, big ones, not regular steak knives. I mean, the police seized all of my kitchen knives.
Understood. When Mr. Covello was coming into the living room, was Mr. Dennis still holding that kitchen knife at the time?
Yes.
And do you remember Mr. Dennis saying anything before he went to confront Mr. Covello?
There was a lot that was being said, and like I said, a lot of it was nonsensical. And so I know he did say things to him, yes, but I can't recall word for word or quote him necessarily.
Did you have any concerns as to what Mr. Dennis may do based off the statements that he made?
That as far as.
Did you believe it was going to turn into a stabbing based off the statements that Mr. Dennis had made?
No. I had no reason to believe that that was how the night was going to end.
So when did you see that Mr. Cavello had a stab?
So, let's see, about, when soon as Mr. Dennis, and he got into the altercation in my little hallway there, I got up out of my bed, and wrapped something around myself, and then by the time I got to the hallway, it had already occurred. And Mr. Cavello was walking away for the basement, and Mr. Dennis left my home.
I want to go back. You said that you had left your bed. Is your bed in the same living room that
It is.
Mr. Dennis was in?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see where Mr. Cavello was stabbed?
Somewhere in his abdomen.
When you saw it, was there something still stuck inside Mr. Cavello, or did you, what exactly did you see?
I don't think that there was I don't believe that anything was still stuck in him, no. He was bleeding, there was some blood on his hand, he was holding, his abdomen, and his girlfriend was quite scared.
The shock and chaos of anything. Do you remember Mr. Cavello saying anything?
No, I don't actually, he just kind of looked, went, like I said, went back toward my basement, just seemingly to try to just get away from Mr. Dennis, and Mr. Dennis left my house.
What did you do at that point?
So Mr. Cavello's girlfriend Nanny had already called the police, and so what I did is, before any of that, before we even got there, I held on to my daughter's, I grabbed onto my daughter's door handle, and I held on, and held the door shut and sat down, and I stayed right there until the police came.
So she was not present for this incident?
She was, but she was in her room, and that's why I held the door shut and sat down in front of the door.
One second, Your Honor.
No problem.
Did you know that Mr. Cavello was coming upstairs before he came up?
I did not.
How did you know that Mr. Cavello was there when? Like, how do you know that Mr. Cavello was there? Or did you just show up after the stab wound and that's when you found out Mr. Cavello was there, or?
Mr. Cavello and Mrs. Myers, they were roommates of mine, and I was renting my basement to them. So they lived in my house, so I knew they were.
How did you know that Mr. Cavello was involved? So I guess, strike that, Your Honor. Was Mr. Dennis still holding anything when he left was he still holding the knife when he left the house?
I'm not sure. I did not see.
Did you ever end up seeing the knife again that he was holding before?
Did not.
Nothing additional, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-exam.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I may just have a very brief. Good afternoon. So, as I understand it, this incident you were talking about between Mr. Cabello and Mr. Dennis, you did not see that from the beginning, is that correct?
I did, from the start of Mr. Cabello and his altercation, yes, I just didn't physically see him stab Mr. Cabello.
Okay.
Because they had just entered like a part of my house, they had just walked right into the next room and began their.
Yeah. And you made it very clear you did not witness any stabbing, is that correct?
Right, I did not see him stab.
Okay, and when this was going on, where was Mandy at, if you know?
I believe she was downstairs or coming up from, she must have been somewhere in between my down, on the stairs.
Was she up there in close proximity to where she could have seen the interaction between Mr. Cabello and Mr.
No, it's my understanding that I believe I was already holding on to my daughter's bedroom door by the time that Mandy came up, just got up to the top of the stairs.
And your daughter never came out at all during
Right.
this, is that right?
That's
Okay. And whatever transpired between Mr. Cabello and Mr. Dennis, you said after that he went back and walked downstairs, is that right? Mr.
yeah,
Cabello,
he
I'm talking about.
Retreated, yes.
Yes,
From
okay.
the area.
And you were describing Mr. Dennis's behavior that day as rather erratic, is that
Right,
correct?
yes.
And he was talking nonsensical.
Right, yes.
In other words, saying things that just didn't make any sense.
Right.
And I believe your testimony was, you said he was obviously going through some mental health issues at that time, is that right?
He not only stated that as much, yes, but I was trying to help him find a therapist and such, and yes, so yes, very much so.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that's all the questions I have.
Briefly, Your Honor. You had stated that Mr. Dennis walked to the curtain, and so you had lost track of Mr. Dennis when he was talking to Mr. Cabell. What made, to your knowledge, if you know, what made Mr. Dennis walk over that way?
So,
Your Honor, I would object. I think that calls for the witness to speculate.
I'm just asking if she knew. I'm not,
Well,
I'm not asking her
Your
to
question is
speculate.
what if she knows what made him walk over there?
Correct. So I'm not asking for speculation. If she knows what it is, I'm asking if she knows it. I'm not asking her to speculate as to why.
Well, how would she know if she didn't speculate why Mr. Dennis would go over to the curtain?
I can re-ask the question, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Is there some kind of noise or something behind the curtain?
yes, we heard Mr. Cabello say, hey, everything okay, or something along those lines. Hey, you guys, what's going on? So what's going on? Everything okay up here? Something like that. Then he opened the curtain. And then that's when Mr. Dennis pushed him back, and started an altercation with him. in that. So
Understood.
we did know he was.
And there was no one else that was there that could have potentially stabbed? That you didn't see anyone else there
No,
during that
absolutely
altercation?
not.
Nothing additional, thank you.
I have some questions. Ma'am, you stated that Mr. Cabello came up and asked, is everyone okay?
Yes,
At
ma'am.
this time, what did Mr. Dennis have in his hand?
2 kitchen knives.
So when Mr. Dennis walked over to behind the curtain, he already had 2 kitchen knives in his hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect or cross based on that?
Not based on those questions, Your Honor.
Not based on the court's questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any additional questions for Ms. House?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. House, thank you. You can be excused. Any other witnesses today?
No other witnesses, Your Honor.
Any defense witnesses?
We'll rely on the evidence presented, Your Honor. Thank you.
Argument?
Yes, Your Honor. The charges in this case are twofold, Your Honor. The charges are assault with intent to murder as well as assault with a dangerous weapon. Based off of the testimony today, the people would agree that it would be, we do not have sufficient evidence to prove assault with intent to murder. However, we would be pursuing an additional added count of assault with great bodily harm less than murder, Your Honor. And we believe that we have met probable cause in regard to that, as well as count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. The elements for count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, are fourfold, Your Honor. First, that the defendant either attempted to commit a battery on Mr. Carvel or did an act that would cause a reasonable person to fear or apprehend an immediate battery. A battery is a forceful or violent touching of the person or something closely connected with the person. Second is that the defendant intended either to injure Mr. Carvelis or to make Mr. Carvelis reasonably fear an immediate battery. The third is that at the time the defendant had the ability to commit a battery, appeared to have the ability to commit a battery, or thought he had the ability to commit a battery. The fourth is that the defendant committed an assault with a dangerous weapon. And a dangerous weapon is an object that is used in any way that could likely cause serious physical injury or death. You heard today, Your Honor, from Ms. House that on this date in question, on December 17th, the defendant, who was his half brother, was inside of her house on that day, that house being in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan, and that he was acting erratic that day. He was acting aggressive that day. He was walking around with multiple knives and saying things that didn't make any sense. You then heard that this roommate that was there at the time, Mr. Cavella, walked into the room and had asked what was going on. And that is when the defendant came at him from, you heard from Ms. House's testimony, is that the defendant came at him with 2 knives inside of his hands. And as she did not see, and actually she did not see the assault, that is true. However, she did see the aftermath of that assault being the stab wound and the blood that Mr. Cavella was holding and walking away from after this incident. It's clear, Your Honor, that there was an assault with a dangerous weapon done based off of the injuries that Ms. House saw on that day. And a knife, very clearly, Your Honor, is a dangerous weapon. The defendant clearly had the ability to commit the assault, which he did, as once again, there was a wound on his abdomen consistent with a cut. The other charge, Your Honor, would be assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder. That's the added count 3 that we would be requesting. There are 3 elements to that. First, that the defendant tried to physically injure another person. Second, that at the time of the assault, the defendant had the ability to cause an injury, or at least believed he had the ability. And the third, that the defendant intended to cause great bodily harm. Actual injury is not necessary, but if there is an injury, you may consider it as evidence in deciding whether the defendant caused great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means any physical injury that could seriously harm the health or function of the body. Once again, Your Honor, you heard that the defendant walked over to Mr. Cavella with 2 knives in his hand. You heard from Ms. House that after there was an altercation between the 2 of them, he had a cut, he had a wound on his stomach that was profusely bleeding on his abdomen. That's great bodily harm, Your Honor. So we ask that you bind over on those 2 counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I can certainly appreciate the people not moving forward with count 1. I do agree with them on that. I don't believe the proofs rise to probable cause on that. I think Ms. House testified to what she could, but she was very limited in the testimony she could provide to court. She readily admitted she did not witness any stabbing, so we don't have any direct testimony as it relates to that, or how many times Mr. Cabell may have been stabbed. I understand that some of these may be considered issues of fact for a circuit court trier fact to sort through. But if there is to be a bind over, Your Honor, I would just ask the court to not bind over on anything greater than the people have requested. Nevertheless, Your Honor, I am asking the court to deny the people's motion to bind over on both accounts that they have asked for at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dennis, again, the burden is on the prosecution to establish more than mere suspicion that the felonies alleged were committed and more than mere suspicion that you were the person who committed the felonies. We had count 1, assault with intent to murder, originally charged. That is going to be dismissed at the motion of the prosecution for lack of probable cause. Count 2 is charged as assault with a dangerous weapon, also known as felonious assault. And we had testimony today of one person, Kristen House, who just is the defendant's sister, states that they share a father, that on or about the date of December 17, 2024, at the area of 515 South Pennsylvania, which is in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan, and makes venue in this court appropriate. That they were in the house. She was in her house, she said, with her daughter, her 11-year-old daughter, 2 roommates. Sounds like she shares, or that the defendant lives near her, I believe. That the defendant was in her unit, but was acting erratic at the time, and that the defendant had, after not been using drugs, had recently admitted, and she had saw him, or saw the drugs, had he recently been reusing drugs, namely methamphetamine. She stated that the defendant was talking nonsensibly, that he was hyper, that she was afraid of him at that time, that his behavior became aggressive, and that it was violent to the point in which the police had to be called at some point during that date. That the defendant, again, must live next door. That a commotion was heard, to which one of the roommates, Mr. Cabello, came up to see to ensure if everyone was okay. She stated that Mr. Cabello yelled out, I guess from behind a curtain, asking if everything was okay, if everyone was okay. She testified that she did see the defendant with 2 kitchen knives, not to be confused with steak knives. So I'm assuming these must be larger than steak knives, but 2 kitchen knives in his hand, approached the curtain area to which the area where Mr. Cabello was, and that a altercation ensued. She did not see what took place behind that curtain, but immediately following that, she did witness Mr. Cabello had been stabbed, and that she did see the wound. Let's see. The elements have already been identified by the prosecution, and the question today is whether or not that gap in space between what the witness saw and versus what she's able to put on the record now, if that's sufficient enough to establish probable cause. And so probable cause can be based on direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. And there are reasonable inferences that can be brought about when we have a circumstantial evidence, and even some of the direct evidence that was brought forth by way of her testimony. And we have, again, testimony where she did notice or report erratic, threatening behavior by the defendant, and that the defendant was being violent and aggressive, and that he had 2 kitchen knives in his hand as he approached the area to behind the curtain where Mr. Cabello was, and where Mr. Cabello had ran up to see if everyone was okay. And that after that, she could hear, she said, an altercation. And then after which she visualized or saw with her own eyes the wound, a stab wound from Mr. Cabello. As it relates to assault with a dangerous weapon, I think it's unequivocal that a knife is a dangerous weapon, and these being described as kitchen knives. So the assault with a dangerous weapon, I think there's more than mere suspicion that occurred. And so count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, will be bound over to the circuit court. The people are asking to add a count 3 of assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder. Based on the testimony evidence, the court is satisfied that there is sufficient probable cause. A great bodily harm, less than murder. The, again, testimony was that the witness saw the stab wounds and that she described those wounds to be in the stomach area. And we hold some essential organs, so we don't know the extent or gravity of the actual injury, but that's not germane to the elements as it relates to Bindover at this time. So count 3 will be added of assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder, and that will accompany count 2. Bindover date is going to be the 14th of May. And your pretrial date again will be set after the circuit court receives the file from the district court. Do you have any questions today, Mr. Dennis?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor, trying to think, like, what am I being charged with now?
You're being charged with assault with a dangerous weapon and then assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder. They have dismissed the assault with intent to murder. So the most serious of the charges have been dismissed, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, do you have any other questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, any additional matters for the record at this time?
Not for the people, Your Honor.
And just briefly, if I may, Your Honor, as it relates to bond, given that the most serious charge Mr. Dennis was facing has not been bound over, that was an offense he was facing life for. The primary offense he's facing now is a 10-year. I would just ask the court to consider giving him some relief in either the amount or form of his bond. I think nearly all of his prior criminal history is nonviolent in nature. It appears that he hasn't been convicted of a felony in the last 5 years. Thank you.
His bond in this file is $75,000 cash surety. And it looks like the bond in the other matter is $2,000 cash surety. I agree that the bond should be reduced based on the reduction, I guess, in the charging. Let's see. Bond in this matter will be set in the amount of $5,000 cash surety with GPS tether, which was already instated or in place. 2,000 feet victim exclusion zone, not to have contact directly or indirectly with the alleged victim. Any additional matters for the record?
I have nothing additional back from Mr. Dennis, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nothing for the people, Your Honor.
You're all set.
So. Yep, I can talk to you real quick if you want to, but you're free to leave if you want to leave as well.
Is there something that you need?
Just